Hi guys, in this class I will share some outline for the day 1. This is a basics of Python programming in which I will share different topics that we will cover in the day 1. So at first this topic will be discussed, that is an introduction to Python. Inside introduction to Python topic, these topic will be discussed. For example, what is Python? Python based system, different system that work on the basis of Python programming. Scope of Python, companies that use Python, different companies that use Python in their project. So these are different topics will be discussed in the first topic. So installation of Python. First of all, before downloading or installation of Python, you have to check Python in your system, because some operating system come with the installation of Python when you install that operating system. So for that reason, you have to test at first whether Python is installed in your system or not. And then I will tell you how you can download a Python and how you can install a Python properly. In the next, I will discuss with you about introduction to IDE. IDE is an integrated development environment. What is IDE? Different IDE will be discussed. Another, Python hello world program. This is very basic program that will create in the Python programming. There are different methods to create a Python file and execute that Python file. I will discuss with you that two methods. So another basics are fundamental concept in the Python, that are input output function in the Python. What is program and statement, comments, terminator, indentation, result word in the Python. So these are different Python fundamental concepts that discuss in the day 1. And at the end, I will share a Python programming exercise for your practice. Hi guys, this is very first class in which you will learn that what is Python. You know that in the previous class we have discussed different outline topic that we will cover in the day 1. So very first topic is that what is Python basically. So its developer is a Godot Van Rossum on February 20, 1991. Don't worry about theoretical things. I will share with you each and everything practically in IDE. In for example, Visual Studio Code, Notepad++. So don't worry about this theory because I will share each and everything in practical. And general purpose programming language. So this is a Python is a general purpose programming language because each and every type of software application system can be developed using Python programming. This used in variety of fields like AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data structure, data analytical, web development, etc. So there are many fields you can use Python in that field. You should know that most trended programming language, when you search on the internet, you will find that the most famous and most trended programming language is the Python. Easy and simple syntax, readable code. So this is a very important one line because it have a feature of easiest, simplicity, readability of code. Less write and get more. As compared to other programming language, you have to write less and you will get more. Interpreted, object-oriented programming and high-level programming language. Interpreted means this is a language that is used to install interpreter. Interpreter is a language translator which translate high-level language to machine language. So another feature is that it supports OOP. This is the advanced concept object-oriented programming in which we'll consider each and everything object. Object contain two things. One is properties, another is a behavior. And this is a high-level programming language, not a low-level. Can be used to create any type of software or website because this is a general purpose programming language that is used to create any type of software. Python have powerful libraries to work with variety of different fields like mathematics. You can work with mathematics because you can develop mathematics related software application, engineering related, data science, that is very most trended one field, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So these are different fields. About this field you can develop any software application because it have very strong and powerful libraries. So this is all about introduction to Python. I hope you have done many things from this slide. So we move to another slide. So Python based system. So these are different systems that are based on the Python. For example, Pinterest, Dropbox, Quora, Instagram, Uber, Netflix, Spotify. These are different Python based system. So we move to another slide. Python scope. So there are different fields you can join, you can learn on the base of Python because Python is a programming language that is used in variety of fields. For example, artificial intelligence, data science, data analytics, machine learning, image processing, video processing, speech recognition, web development, and game development. So these are different fields you can join, you can learn after the basics of Python. Companies that use Python. You should know that different companies that use Python in their project for different purpose. One of them is Google, YouTube, Intel, IBM, NASA, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram. So there are many other companies also that use Python in their project. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about Python installation. Before Python installation, one thing you have to do, first of all you have to check your system using cmd, using command prompt, whether Python is installed already in your system or not. So if your Python is installed in your system already, then you do not need to download and install. For example, Python is not installed in your system, then I will tell you how you can download and how you can install properly Python in your system. So what method to check? First of all, open cmd, command prompt, type Python and press enter. You can see that it is saying that Python 3.8.0 it is displaying Python version and other information. So you did not get any information about Python after Python writing and press enter. It means that Python is not installed in your system. Then what you have to do, you have to open a web browser. In a web browser you have to type a python.org. Python.org is the official website of the Python, and click on the download. You can see this is the latest version, Python 3.8.5. size is 27.3 MB. So when downloading is complete, you will be able to install this Python. Python is a simple and secure one programming language and easiest way to develop any type of software due to its easiest syntax. Now it is completing. Now you can see that Python is installed. Just I go to its location, show in folder, and this is a Python executable file. Double click here, you will get a window. Now here you can click install now, and it will be able to install your Python in your system. But one thing you have to do, you have to check this checkbox, add Python 3.8 to path. This step is very necessary. If you did not check this step, this checkbox, you will get some issue. But you can do this manually after installation. But as for beginner, you have to check this checkbox and click here install now. Python will be installed in your system easily. Are you sure? Yes, I want to cancel this one. So this is the way you can check Python in your system, whether Python is installed or not. If not, then you can download Python from python.org. that is an official website of Python, and then you will be able to install Python easily. After installation, what you have to do, you have to download any best IDE in which you will write Python coding. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about IDE, IDE is an integrated development environment. It is a software that provides different facility to write any programming language code, source code. So there are other also functionality you can get and very helpful while writing Python programming or other programming languages. So how you can define a IDE? IDE, you know, that integrated development environment. It is just a text editor in which you can write text form in which we added any application, software or website source code. We can write source code, manage, test, debug, format, etc. Some IDE provide good features to developer to develop application rapidly. So there are different IDE you can download from the internet for any specific programming language. So IDE is a software or integrated development environment you can use for multiple programming language, not for any specific programming language. For example, VS Code means that Visual Studio Code, in which you can write coding for HTML, CSS, Python, PHP, JavaScript, any other. Also, you can write in that software, in which you can manage source code, test, debug, format, different options you can get from that software. So there are different IDE I will share with you in which you can write Python coding, for example PyDev, PyCharm, Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, Vim, IDLE, and Notepad++. This is a very lightweight, not specific for only Python, but you can also write code for other programming language also. Most of the time I use Visual Studio Code and Notepad++ for its simplicity and due to lightweight version. So I open web browser in which I will show you how you can download Visual Studio Code or Notepad++ and other software you can also download from the internet. In a web browser, first of all, what you have to do, you have to type a Visual Studio Code download. Click here, just open this website and it will open. Just you can download for window. You can read about here. It is download. After downloading, you can install this Visual Studio Code. That is very easiest way. This is a executable file you can download and then install that VS Code. So if you face any problem about installation, you can contact with me. After installation, you have to install a Python extension. When you open Visual Studio Code, you need to install Python extension. Then you will be able to write Python code. I will tell you in that lecture in which first program is created. Another is Notepad++. That is very lightweight software. Downloads Notepad++. You can download any version, one of them. So when you click anyone, download Notepad version 8.4.2, it will download. When you click here, many features it have, but this one is a lightweight and simple one. I did not want to download this one. After downloading, you can install this software. This is also executable file. So another software you can also download, for example PyCharm for download PyCharm Python. It is specific for Python IDE. You can download this one. It is very high software. You can see that. You can download for pure Python development, for both scientist web Python development with HTML, JS, SQL support. So any one of them you can download. When you click professional version, it will be a 30-day trial available. It is a free open source. This is for pure Python development. You can download this also. So if you need to work on only Python, pure Python programming, then you can download this one. Otherwise, download this professional. So this is a PyCharm software that is a specific for a Python. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about hello world program, how you can create hello world program in the Python. This is very interesting one topic in which we will discuss about Python hello world program in different ways. You know that what is IDE, and I discussed with you different IDEs you can download, install and work on that. So I will use some of them or one of them. Python hello world program and multiple ways to create and execute Python file. For example, you have a Python file, so there are different ways I will share with you how you can execute that file, or different ways to create Python file. So in this class you will learn different ways. For example, CMD prompt, plain text file, notepad plus plus, VS Code means Visual Studio Code. So I open first of all CMD prompt. How you can CMD prompt used how you can use CMD prompt to create hello world program. So you can see that CMD command prompt is open. Just you have to write Python, press enter. Now you can use a command. This is a command, print and just hello world, and then when you press enter you can see that this is a output hello world. You can also use different operation also. For 2 plus 4 you will get a result 6. So you can creating Python statement. This is a way to write Python code. Just you have to open CMD command prompt, write Python and then press enter. Then you will be able to write Python code. So there is a method you can also execute Python file using command prompt. So different operations you can perform here. So this is a method of command prompt. Another is a plain text file. So that reason you have to open notepad and just print and hello world. So print is a method that used to print anything else to user. This is output based function. To save this file you have to use command Ctrl plus S, and then I have to make a folder Python in 7 days, and then day 01 inside this folder hello world notepad.py. So file is created. Now what we have to do, I open that location. This is folder. You can see that this PC in the E partition, and this is a folder. Inside this folder are existed. One of them is Python in 7 days. Open this folder, another folder, and this file is created using notepad. Just you have to click here and write CMD. You can see that CMD is open in that proper location in the day 01. Day 01 is existed in this folder Python in 7 days. Same that folder is existed in this folder. This folder is existed in this partition directly. Just we have to write Python, type Python and file name. This is a file name hello world notepad, and then .py. Press enter. You can see that hello world is written here. I can also write for the print 32 plus 32, and then you have to save from here, or you can also use this command. And then in the command prompt, what you have to do, you have to press a arrow button, up arrow button. You will get a previous command and then press enter. You can see that hello world and 64 is displaying here. This is a second method. So another is a method of Notepad++. So Notepad++ is also a editor in which you write different programming language code. I will also create a Python file in Notepad++. Notepad++ is open. Just you have to print write and hello world, and then save this file in same folder, for example master in Python in 7 days day01 folder, and hello world program in C++. cp_p, press enter, and then open that location. You can see that file is open. Just I close all the cmd, and then I want to execute this file in command prompt. Just click here and type cmd, press enter, and then you can see that you are in the same location. So just write python, and when you type h and then press tab, you can see that you will get all the file that existed in that folder starting from h, or other file also you can see here. So you can see that this file I have to execute _p, press enter. You can see that hello world is displaying here. Again print, and then save this file, and then open the cmd, and then arrow keys up button, and then press enter. You can see that these statements are displaying here. So this is a third method to create Python file and execute that file. So last method is VS Code, Visual Studio Code. For that reason, I have to open Visual Studio Code. In a Visual Studio Code, what you have to do, you have to download this software, and then you have to install extension Python. Just you have to type Python, and then because I am disconnecting to internet, you can download this extension to work properly in Visual Studio Code with Python. So you can see that Python is installed already in my Visual Studio Code. Just what you have to do, Ctrl+N, create new file, and just type print, and then for example hello world, and then Ctrl+S. In that folder I have to save this file, Python in 7 days day01 hello world, and then I have to VS Code, press enter, and then Ctrl plus tilde symbol. You will get a terminal. You can use PowerShell or other also. I will use a command prompt. You can see that a difference. File is located, this file is located in this folder, this folder is located in this folder, same that folder are existed in this partition. But in command prompt in the terminal section, you can see that I am existed in a C partition. What I have to do, I have to reach at this location. For that reason, you have to type cd and 2 dot, press enter. You will move to previous folder, and then cd, and then you have to type e colon and press enter. You can see that you are moved to in e partition. Then you have to type cd and SOU. So starting character when you write, and then you have to press tab button. You can see that source code for running course, this folder, press enter, and cd, just type Python. You can see that that folder is coming here, Python in 7 days automatically, press enter, and then cd day01, press enter. You can see that now I am in the folder day01. In that folder, you can see that this file I have to execute. You have type Python and type H, and then press tab button. You can see that this file I did not need to execute. Again tab press, this file I have to execute, and then press enter. You can see that this file is open here and displaying statement. I can also write anything else. Control plus S, save, and click here and press button from arrow keys up button, and then press enter. You can see that. So this is a fourth method to create Python file and execute that file. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different Python fundamental concepts that are very important to know as a beginner. So one of them is input output functions. So if you want to get anything else from the user, you have to use a input method. And if you want to display anything else to user, we have to use a print method. So input method is used to get anything else from the user. So this method is used in Python 3. So this print method also used in Python 3, that is a latest version. So in the Visual Studio Code, I will show you how you can get any data from the user using input method, and how you can display any output or result to user using print method. In a Visual Studio Code, just you know that this is previous class lecture source code. Just create a new file, and then I have to input output functions .py. So anything else if you want to get from the user, you have to use input method. First of all, I show you print is a method that you can display any data to user in any format. For example, how are you? This file is located in day 1, same folder, just Python input underscore output underscore functions.py. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to type Python and then I, or any character you can write here, and then press button, a tab button, and then enter, press enter. You can see that file is executed. This file is executed. So another is you can also perform different mathematical operation also in a print method. For example, for minus 34 you will get answer minus 30. Another, for example, for 5 multiply with 4, you can see that 20. So another operations you can also perform here. So this method is used to print or display output data to user. So for example, if you want to get any data from user, for example, enter your name. So when user see this line or read this line, enter your name, then user will enter his or her name. That name should be stored in any variable. About variable we will learn in next days. For example, name is a variable in which user entered name will be stored in this variable. Now I have to display this variable, then its value will be displayed to user. For example, print name, print name. So name will be displayed. For example, execute this file, enter your name. You can see that these are not displaying because it will stop at this line because it needs some resources. Enter your name, for example, Faisal Zamir. So this Faisal Zamir will be stored in name variable, and on line number 3 I am displaying that value that is stored in a name variable. Just press enter. You can see that Faisal Zamir is displaying here. So this is all about getting data from the user, and then you have to display that data to user using print method. You can also get any number from user. You should know that anything else you get from the user using input method, that will be in the form of string. For example, if you ask to user enter a number, enter a number, just change, enter a number, and then enter number. For example, this is number, that number is displaying here. You should know that this number is not able to perform any mathematical operations because this number in the form of string. For example, uh, 3 to 4, 3 to 4. This is a number that is in this form because in the double quotation, now you cannot perform any mathematical operation on this number because this number in the form of string. So to convert this string number to integer number or numeric number, what you have to do, I have to convert this input data to int form, int data type. Just you have to type int and enclose in a parenthesis. Now this 3 to 4 or any number will be converted to in this format without double quotation. Now you will be able to perform any mathematical operation on this number when you convert string to integer. Now any number, for example this number, I can also get next number, for example num2, and this is a num1, and then num1 plus num2, so it will display its total result. For example, enter a number 10, next number is 10. You can see that 20 is displaying here. For example, if you did not convert, then what you will get, into 10, 10. You can see that 10, 10 you are displaying because it did not perform any mathematical operations. Just you have to convert that into integer. So this is a way to get a data from the user and display to user using output method and input method. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another Python fundamental concept. That previous class we have discussed about input output function, but this class we will learn about program and statement. This is general concept that may be used in every programming language. What is statement? Statement is the complete instruction as written in programming language, which have a complete meaning like a sentence in English. For example, you display anything else to user using print method. Using print method, for example, you display anything else to user. Now this is a one statement. When you use on the next line print and display any other things to user, we say that this is a second statement. On the other hand, program is a set of instruction, group of instruction, or a collection of instruction that provided to computer in order what to do and how to do. This is a basic concept of program and statement. In Visual Studio Code, I will show you about statement and program. In a Visual Studio Code, I create new file for program and statement.py. Now, for example, print how are you, execute this file, Python pro, and then press tab button, press enter. How are you? Now this is a one statement, and on other hand this is a second statement. Now this is a variable in which I store a variable name value and print name. This is a another statement. So there are four statements are written in this program. Now this is a program because these are set of instruction, group of instruction that will provide it to computer in order what to do and how to do. Computer will be understandable in this way when we provide different instruction. On the basis of your provided instruction, computer will be able what to do and how to do. This is all about program and statement. Statement is the complete a sentence as we use in English, and we stop that statement using a full stop in English language, but in programming language sometimes we use semicolon to complete a statement, but in Python did not need to put a semicolon at the end of each statement. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about another Python fundamental concept, that is a comments. Comments are very important in any programming language. Comments are remarks that neither compile nor display to user. So comments are a special wording that are related to developer are designed not for the user. So it did not display to user, or it did not display to front end, so it remain at backend side. So there are method to write comment in any programming language. So in the Python we used a hash symbol for single line. If you need a single line for writing anything else for code, or if you want to explain any code, or if you want to write more about code in explanation way, you can use comment. So another way of triple quotation, here you have tried triple quotation. Between that you can write a comprehensive comment. We say that that is a multi-line comment. To understand comment, I open Visual Studio Code where I will teach you how you can write a comment as single line and multi-line comment in the Python. In a Visual Studio Code, I have to create any file. Say this file comments.py, and then for example this is a statement. Hello world. I open this file or execute this file, just Python comments hello world is displaying here. Now another print any number or any multiplication or division we can also done. We can see that. So another for example, if you want to write anything else about the code, so it will not display in a front end. You can see that did not display because it did not compile. When you remove this hash symbol, you will get an error because you're writing against rules and regulations. So when you want to put a hash symbol, so it will not execute, it will not compile because this is a comment. For example, you can write here this section of the code is written by XYZ developer. Or if you want to write comment in triple line and multiple line, you can also write this section is about this and this is the code to delete a user. So you can see that this is a multi-line. When I enter, you can see that it did not allow a multi-line. For multi-line comment we use a triple quotation, and for single line we use a hash symbol. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about more Python fundamental concept. So one of them is terminator. You know that we have discussed different concept. So this is a terminator. Terminator is used to complete a statement, usually semicolon. This is a semicolon used as a statement terminator. But in Python, don't need to put a semicolon at the end of each statement, but it need to put when multiple statement you are writing at a single line. In that case, you have to put a semicolon. I open a Visual Studio Code and I provide example to clear your concept about termination in the Python. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file, terminator.py. For example, print hello world and execute this file. Terminator hello world is displaying here, and I put a semicolon. It is optional, did not need. When you remove or add, you will not get any error. For example, if you want to start another statement, for example next statement, you will get an error. See the syntax error. When you put a semicolon as a terminator, you can see that no, you cannot get any error. So it necessary to add a terminator or semicolon when you are writing multiple statement or two statement on this single line. In that case, it become very necessary to put a semicolon, otherwise you will get a syntax error. So this is very important to note. For example, in this case you will not get any error because every statement is written in new line. Another example, for example, this is a variable num in which store this number, and this is another variable in which this number is stored. Now if we want to declare and initialize these variable on a single line, this is a one statement, this is another statement, but on the single line you will get an error. You can see that syntax error. what you have to do, you have to put a semicolon because now this statement is terminated, and then next statement is started. See that no error is found. So this is all about termination in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will learn more about Python fundamental concept, that is a indentation. What is indentation in the Python? Indentation are very important in the Python than other programming language. This is a specific distance we have to manage while writing Python code. We did not use curly braces in Python, we used indentation to separate specific block of code from other. So this is basically a proper distance that we have to manage when we write Python code or to create different block of code. So that is very important to manage. So you know that curly braces we use in other programming language like C++, PHP, JavaScript or other programming language also. But we did not use this type of curly braces in the Python. In that place we use indentation to properly separate a specific block from other. I open a Visual Studio Code. I will provide different example to clear your concept about indentation. In a Visual Studio Code, I have to create file. See this file, indentation.py. In order to teach you, I will give example. For example, if I did not teach you about if, but in purpose of understanding a indentation concept, just I will use a if statement. For example, if means if you want to check any condition. For example, if a is greater than b. So where is a and b? This is a is value 3, b value is 12. So if a is greater than b, then you have to put a colon and then you have to give a one tab, then print. I want to print a statement is greater than b. For example, if this condition is false, then you have to write else and then colon, and then from start you have to give one tab, print a is not greater than b. This statement you have display. First of all, I have to execute this file. For example, indentation a is greater than b. For example, now you will see that a is not greater than b. Now we understand indentation. For example, you can see that a is written from the start of the line. You can see that a red line underline. This is not a proper indentation. When I execute this file, you can see that indentation error, unexpected indentation. You can see that this is a improper distance. So we have to manage that. Equal distance should be there. Now we'll see that it is not a properly, because it is started from a tab. You have to start from a start of new line. So in that case you can also learn. For example, if you want to give more statement, print more. For example, you will see that you can see that these two statements are displaying here. When I give a one space extra, you will get a error, indentation error, because this is a specific block of code. In a specific block of code, you have to manage indentation. You have to give a equal space. Or if you want to give two tab, you can see that no, it is properly indented. You can also give 3, 4 tab, but when you write another statement, it should be properly managed. For example, another, you can see that this is displaying a red line. You have to make a equal distance. So this is a one block of code, this is another block of code. In every block of code, what do you have to do? You have to manage a proper distance. And you want to write another statement, you can see that these are 3 statements which make a complete a specific block of code. In every specific block of code, every statement should have a proper distance. So this is an indentation. You have to manage that one. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about more Python fundamental concept, that is a reserved word. This topic is very important in every programming language. Same like in Python, you will learn about reserved word. So what is reserved words? These are the special word which have special meaning. For example, if is a reserved word, this is a special word which have a special meaning, that is a to check any condition. You know that in the previous class I use a if word that is used to check a condition, for example whether a is greater than b or not. Else is also used when condition is false. In the else part, statement will be executed. For is a special word which have a special meaning. For example, we want to repeat a statement or a set of statement many times, and or these two, and another is a not, used as a logical operator. So there are many other also reserved word. I will share with you a complete list of Python reserved words. So these are different Python reserved words you can use in your Python program for special purpose, but you cannot use these special word for as a identifier or variable name, function name, class name. You cannot use these word. So in Visual Studio Code I will show you a example. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, reserved word.py. For example, from reserved word, if is a reserved word, you can see that num is a variable which take a value. I want to display this value because this value is stored in this variable. Then I will use this variable in print method, then execute this file, reserved word. You can see that number or value is displaying here. Now I want to write here if. I say that variable name should be if, then what we will get? An error, syntax error, because you cannot use if as a variable name because this is a reserved word. You can also use another, but now I am using else. Else is also a reserved word. So you can see that you can write any other word that should not be a reserved word, then you will get a proper result. So this is all about a reserved word. Same like when you want to create a function, function have a name, user defined name. In that case you cannot use reserved word. When you want to create a class, you have to select a class name. You cannot use or you cannot write class name as a reserved word. Hi guys, in this class I will share a exercise 1.1, and I also provide a solution for this exercise. Exercise 1.1 is that write a Python program to get two numbers from the user. You know that we have discussed about input method. Input method is a method that is used to get anything else from the user, and then after getting two numbers from the user, store in two variable. For example, we will create a and b. Other variable you can also create, for example val1, val2, or num1, num2, and perform arithmetic operations, for example addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, or also modulus on that numbers. Final display result to user. This is a task or exercise 1.1. I open Visual Studio Code and provide a solution for this exercise. In Visual Studio Code, I have to create a new file and save this file, exercise 1.1.py. So in that exercise, what I have to do, I have to get two number from user and then store in two variable, and then perform addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and modulus, and display final result to user. So at first I will use a input method, enter a number, enter, or I can write first number. Anything else you get from the user, it will be in the form of string, means double quotation. I have to convert that string number to numeric integer or numeric number. I will use a int method that will convert a double quoted number, string number, to integer, because when you get a number from the user, it will be in the form of in this way, means double quotation. I have to convert this 4 into this 4 without double quotation. That is why I use int method. That number should be stored in num1 variable, and then I will use another or just copy and paste here, and this will be a 2. Enter second number. And then what I have to do, I have to perform arithmetic operations. For example, addition, num1 plus num2, this will be addition. And then change symbol, this will be subtraction, division, multiplication, and this will be a modulus. And then execute this file, enter first number 10, second number is for example 23. You can see that all the result are displaying here. I have to display a user readable string, for example addition plus symbol is used to concatenate. Concatenate means to add, to display with each other. I want to include this string with this number. First number is this, second number is this. You can see that type error, addition plus num1 plus num2 can only concatenate str to str. You can see that this is a str, means string. Say that this is not str, it should be str, means should be string. I have to convert this integer number to string. In this way I convert string to integer. Now in this case I have to convert integer to string. That is why I use a method str that will convert this integer to str. Now I want to concatenate this integer with this string. You cannot concatenate string with number or integer. That is why I convert integer to string, then it will become a string, and this is also string. Now execute first number, second number. You can see that addition, I just equal sign, just copy paste. It will be a subtraction, division, multiplication. It will be a modulus. Just change symbol. It will be a division, it will be a multiplication, this will be a modulus. And then execute this file, 10, 23. You can see that addition equal to 33, subtraction equal to, division equal to, multiplication equal to, and a modulus equal to. So these are different arithmetic operations that we perform on the user to enter number. So first of all, I got two number from the user, convert to integer, store in num1 and num2, and then display result to user. So if you have any confusion, you can share with me. Hi guys, in the next day 2 we will discuss about Python variables and data type. So this is very important topic. Don't miss any lecture series from the day 2, because we will discuss about variables, different types of variables, undefined variable, and also variable declaration, initialization, rules to declare variable in the Python, and also data type. Different data type I will discuss with you. For example, mutable, immutable, sequence, non-sequence, text based, numeric based, many other, for example sequence based, list, tuple, also dictionary type, set type, many data type I will discuss with you, with theoretical concept and also practical with you. Hi guys, this is a day 2 in which we learn more about Python. This is a topic Python variable and data types. In this class I will share just outline and different topic related to variable and related to data types I will discuss in the day 2. So in the day 2 we learn different topic about variable. Inside variable, first of all we will discuss about what is basically variables, undefined variable, different types of variable, what is declaration and initialization, and also you will learn different rules to declare a variable. So these are different topics that will be covered in the day 2. This is the first section of this day. Next section is of data types. In the data types section, you will learn about basic of data type, and then what is mutable and immutable type of data, sequence and non-sequence data type, Python data types, different categories, for example, text-based, numeric or numbered data types, sequence data types, mapping data type, set data type, Boolean data type. So these are different categories I will discuss with you in the day 2. Just these are outline that will covered in the day 2. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about variable in Python. In that section we have to cover this topic, what is variable basically. Variable value may change during the program execution. So variable when contain any value, its value may change during a program execution. So what is variable? Variable is a container like thing which store anything. For example, you know that in the previous classes we have discussed different topics in which I give different example. For example, a is a variable which contain this value. So a is a container which store a value. For example, this is a container in which 2 is stored. We say that this is a variable and its name is a. Any name you can provide, but you have to care of rules and regulation. Variable is the identifier. You have to declare and then initialize. Declare means writing variable name. Initialize means providing value to that variable that you declared. For example, num1 is a variable, 43 is a value of num1. Same like num2 is another variable, and 212.4 is a value of num2. Same like this is a variable in which string type of data is stored or text-based data is stored in this variable. Now I am displaying this variable. So on the screen on the front end you will get value of this variable. It means that path of job will be displayed on the screen. Same like when you print num1, you will get this number. When you print num2, you will get this number. So in this way you can create variable. After creating variable, you can assign value to that variable. So next topic is what is undefined variable. The variable that you did not declare and initialized that variable, and if you want to call that variable, it means that that is a undefined variable. Undefined variable means you did not declare variable or initialize, just you are calling that variable. So you will get a error, variable name not defined. That is a undefined variable. For example, you can see that I am printing age. So you can see that there is no such type of variable that is declared. Just I want to see value of age, but there is no age variable that is declared and initialized. You will get a error. Same like you can see that now on the second line I am declaring name variable and initialized means I provided a value to name variable. When I print name, I will get a name to front end. But in this case, I will get a error because this is an undefined variable, but this is a defined variable. So in the next, you can see that different types of variable. There are two types of variable in the Python. One is global. The variable that is declared outside of any specific block of code. It have globally scope. From anywhere we can call that variable. I will give you example about global variable. Your concept will be clear. Same like local variable. The variable that is clear inside of any specific block of code. It have a limited scope. We can call from only that specific block of code in which it is declared. So I will give you example about that global and local variable. Just I give you a example here. For example, this is a specific block of code. This is another specific block of code. When I declare a variable, for example, I declare a and initialize a variable a, so I can call this variable only in this specific block of code. I cannot use this variable in this specific block of code because it have a limited scope. It is a local variable of this specific block of code. When I declare a variable, for example b, and initialize this variable, I can use this variable in this specific block of code. I cannot use this variable in this block of code. So for example, I declare a variable outside of specific block of code. For example, this is another variable I declare outside of any specific block of code. Now this variable can be accessed in this specific block of code, in this specific block of code. From anywhere you can use this variable because this variable is declared outside of any specific block of code. Now I open Visual Studio Code and different example I share with you. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file, and you know that this is a day 2. Inside day 2, file name is variables.py. So first of all, you should know that variable is the container in which we store anything. For example, a is a variable in which I store this value. Name is a variable, I store this value. For example, another is a num is a variable in which store this data. So another variable, gender or male is equal to true. So you can see that male is a variable in which I store true data. So these are different variable, I store different value. This is a int type data, string type of data, float type of data, and boolean type of data. Don't worry about this one because we will discuss about data types. Each and every data types will be clear in this day. And then you can also print a. Now in this case, value of a will be displayed. Just cd day 02 python variables. You can see that 83 is displaying here. When I print name, then value of name will be displayed here. This is display here. So this is variables declaring and initializing. So declare means writing variable name. Initialize means providing value to that declare variable. So this is a one statement. You can put a semicolon. This is optional. Recommended is that don't use semicolon in Python, but another programming language it is recommended to use semicolon. So another is a undefined variable. For example, print I want num2. So it will display message name error. You can see that this is a name error. Num2 is not defined. You can see that num is defined, name is defined, male a is defined, but num2 is not defined. This is a undefined variable. So another is that example of local and global variable. For example, I create a if structure. If a is equal to 32, then you have to display a message. For example, a is equal to 32. If this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. For example, this statement this condition is not true. For example, this condition is false, then this message or this statement will be executed, means that a is not equal to 32. Then so we understand about local and global variable. This is a specific block of code. This is another specific block of code. For example, I declare a variable inside this specific block of code. For example, b equal to uh, 10. Okay, now this variable is a local variable that is declared in this specific block of code. I cannot use this b outside of this specific block of code. For example, print b, and when I execute this file, you can see that num2 is not defined initially. Just I have to make a comment, this one comment, and then execute this file. You can see that again it is saying that b is not defined, but b is defined. It is displaying message b is not defined, but b is defined. Reason is that b is not defined in this scope. B is defined in a specific block of code. You can use b only in this block of scope where it is declared. For example, print b. So just to remove this one and make possible this condition should be true. 32. Now condition is true and b value will be displayed using this line of code when I printing inside specific block of code. You can see that this statement is executed, and also value of b is displaying because b is a local variable. It have a limited scope because it is declared in a specific block of code. For example, I declare initialize here. Now scope of this b variable is global because it is declared and initialized outside of specific block of code. Now I can use this b inside or outside any specific block of code. Execute this file. You can see that 10 is displaying, that is coming from this value. Now there are other specific block of code you can use, for example, any class or any function, loop. So these create a specific block of code in the Python. So many more about global and scope we will cover in that classes in which we learn about function, loop. So this is about variable, undefined variable, local and global variable. If you have any confusion, you can discuss with me. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about variable in Python topic. Inside variable in Python we will learn about declaration and initialization in the Python. So first of all, declaration. Declaration means when we write a name of variable according to rules and regulation without providing a value. It's called declaration of variable. For example, a is a variable name. It means that this is a declaration without providing value. Sometimes we done declaration and initialization on this single line, but in some programming language you have to declare a variable in one line and initialization of variable on this second line. So but in the Python we write variable name means declare a variable and initialize a variable on same line. In this way you can see that this is a completely declaration and initialization. Declaration means writing variable name. For example, this is a variable name. This is a name in which data will be stored. Any type of data you can store here. So it will be a value of this variable. So declaration is the declaring a variable according to rules and regulations. I will discuss with you different rules and regulations of declaring a variable. What is initialization? After declaration, you need to provide a value to declared variable. Means that when you declare or when you write a variable name, you have to provide value to that variable. This process is called initialization. To assigning a value to variable is called initialization. But in Python, we did not need to declare a variable separately. At time of declaration, we provide value to that variable. You can see that When you declare a variable in Python, you have to provide value to that variable. Declaration and initialization is done on this single line. C++ way. It means that what is the method of declaration and initialization in the C++ programming language. So you can see that int a means a is a variable in which int type of data will be stored. So this is a one statement. This is a declaration of variable in C++. And next line you can see that a equal 10. It means that this is a initialization. 10 is a value that is provided to declare variable, that is a. But in Python, what is the method? A equal 10. It means that this is a declaration and initialization on this single line. We cannot declare a variable on one line and initialization of variable in the second line. But you can also declare and initialize in single line in C++, but you have option to declare variable on one line and initialize on second line. So this is another example. So this is a concept of declaration and initialization. So I move to Visual Studio Code. I provide different example about declaration and initialization of variable in the Python. In Visual Studio Code, just create a new file, save this file, declare and initialization of variable .py. Now for example, a is a variable, this is declaration, and when I put a equal sign means this is a assignment operator that is used to assign a value to variable. Now 10 is a value that is provided to a variable. Now when I print a, it will display value of a. Python declaration, you can see that 10 is displaying here. Now when I int a, you can see that a is for example 20. I used different variable b. When you execute this file, you will get an error. This is a syntax error because this is not allowed. Declaration on single line and initialization on the second line. This is a method used in C++, but we cannot use this method in Python. We used or we declare a variable and initialize a variable on this single line. For example, this is a declaration and initialization of variable in the Python. Just you can print name. Now seeing here, so each and everything is okay. Declaration means writing variable name according to rules and regulations. Initialization means providing value to that declared variable. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different rules and regulations to declare a variable in the Python. There are different rules and regulations I will share with you, discuss with you with example. So one of them is no space between two words. For example, you want to declare a variable and your variable name is, for example, first name. You can see that this is a white space. In last name, you can see that this is a white space. So you cannot provide white space between two words. You have to use camel case, or you can use a underscore to avoid a white space. When you use this variable with space, you will get an error. No special character, for example underscore. You can use underscore, or you cannot use other special character, for example hyphen, slash, dollar. Other special character you cannot use as starting. So this is a valid variable name. You can use underscore at starting. Collection of alphanumeric. You can use a numeric character or alpha character, letter, lower or uppercase. You can also use in your variable. No reserved word. You know that we have discussed about reserved word. You cannot use reserved word as variable name. You can see that else is a reserved word that is used in Python to display statement or set of statement when condition is false. So this is an invalid variable. Maybe use of number in variable. You can use different number in your variable, but not number at beginning. You cannot start your variable with number. This is invalid because number are starting at the variable. You can use number, middle, last, and other point, but you cannot use number as starting position of variable. Case sensitivity, because you can see that this is a name and this is another name, but these are two different variable because this name contain n in lowercase, but in this case there is a uppercase. In this way, this is a difference, and case sensitivity is matter in Python. So I open Visual Studio Code and I show you different rules and regulations in declaration of variable. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file, save this file. Rules declare variable.py. Now first of all, rules of no space. For example, first name is Russell. When you print first name, you will get a error. Python rules. You can see that this is a syntax error. You cannot use a two variable containing a white space. So there are two options. Just you can use a underscore or you can use camel case. So now this become a valid variable name. Just remove here and use this way. You can see that now it is displaying a properly value of this variable. So another is a not a number at start position. For example, 1 2 value, print 1 2 value. So you will get a error, syntax error. It means that this is not a valid variable. You can use number, middle position, last position, or any other position except starting position. Now it become a valid variable. When you can see that value is displaying here. Another is special character not allowed except underscore. You can use underscore, but you cannot use other special character. For example, hyphen, variable, print, and you will get a error. Did not need to displaying. You can see this syntax error. You cannot use any special character except underscore. Now it become a valid variable name. Another is a case sensitivity, means name and this name. So these are two variable, not the same variable. You can, for example, 1 2 and the free, and there is a vessel. When you print name, you will get a vessel, and when you print with capital N, you will get a Jeffrey, because these are two different variables containing different value. So these are different rules and regulations. Another is a you cannot use a result words. You cannot use. So for example, if equal to 1 2 3 4, you will get a error because this is a result word. This is syntax error. You can use if with double f, it will become a valid variable. So this is all about a uh, rules and regulations declaring a variable in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about mutable and immutable data type in the Python. So first up, mutable. What means a mutable type of data type in the Python? We can change or modify value of mutable data type value after creation. When you create a mutable type of data, we can change that value after creation. For example, list, dictionary, etc. List is a data type that is a mutable type of the data. When we create a list and we store different items in a list, we can update or we can change that list item, same like we can do in dictionary. But in some case, some are immutable type of data used in Python, in which we cannot change or modify value of immutable data type value after creation. When you create a mutable type of data, for example int, float, string, tuple, etc., so these are different data type that are a immutable type of data. When you create a int type of data, you cannot update or modify that, same like in float, string, tuple also. So these are different example of mutable and immutable type of data. I will provide different example to clear your concept in Visual Studio Code, but I will also share another concept, that is a sequence and non-sequence data type. Sequence data type, the data type in which items are organized in well-organized form. Each item have their own index number like list, tuple, string. So these are the data type that are categorized in sequence type of data, because list contain items which have their own index number starting from 0 to n minus 1, where n is a total number of element. Same like tuple element contain also their index number that is start from n minus 1. So same like string also have different character that are stored in a proper sequence form. Another is a non-sequence data type. The items are not arranged in well-organized form in non-sequence data type, like set, dictionary data type. So in this set, different items are stored which are randomly displayed to user. So same like in dictionary, different items are stored. You cannot access that item with proper index number as we access from list or tuple or string. So these are different topics: sequence and non-sequence, mutable and immutable. So I will provide different example to clear your concept in Visual Studio Code. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file in a day2 folder, and it will be a data type in Python. .py. So first of all, I will give you example about mutable and immutable. For example, example of mutable type of data is list. List is a data structure in which data stored in square bracket which have different data type. For example, you can store 1, 2, 3. So these are different items you have stored in a list. List contain items which have their own index number. For example, 1 is an item of list which have a 0 index, 1 index, 2, 3 and up to 4 index number. So you can access list item using their index number. For example, 0 is the index number of first element. First of all, cd source code, cd 7 days, cd day 02, and Python data types. You can see that 1 is displaying here. So another is, for example, 2. So 0, 1 and 2, 4 will be displayed because 2 is the index number of 4 element. So this is a mutable type of data in which we can update this list. For example, I want to update element which is at 0 index number originally is 1, but I want to change to 10. When I access again, so it will display 10. So it means that it can update. So that is why this is a mutable type of data. On other hand, there is a tuple which take element in parentheses. For example, different items store in a tuple, and I can access tuple element using their index number also, square bracket at 0. So you can see that 1 is displaying here. Now I want to try to update tuple element at 0 position. I want to change its 0 index element, that is a 1. I want to change this 1 to 10. It means I am modifying, but it will give an error. You can see that object does not support item assignment. Assignment means you cannot use a assignment operator to assign a new value or to modify a old value. So in this way, because tuple is the immutable type of data which cannot be able to update, you cannot update this data structure. So another is a concept of sequence and non-sequence data type. So for example, this is a list. This is a sequence type of data. This is also a sequence type of data because elements stored in tuple or list have their own proper index number that is stored from 0 to n minus 1, where n is the total number of element. So after this, this is a string. This is a string. Also consider this is a sequence type of data because all the character stored in a string have their own index number. For example, at 8 position you will get a character. So just I have to make a comment creating issue. You can see the A is a character which have a 8 index number. 8 index number character is a that is displaying here. 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So at 8 index number there is a character that is displaying here. It means that all the characters have their own index number. So these are 3 data type that are considered a sequence type of data. Another is an example of set data type. Set contain different item which display to user in random form because they are not arranged in a well organized form and did not take index number. You cannot access set element using index number because elements are in a non-sequence form in a set. For example, these are different elements stored in a set. When you print set, you can see that element are displaying here. So what I have to do next, I want to access any element using index number. So you can see that is not subscriptable because you cannot use the index number because element not stored in a well organized form in a set data type, same like in dictionary also. So this is an example of non-sequence data type. So there are many things we will cover in this day. These 4 concepts we learned in this class. So next class we will learn more about data type in the Python. Hi guys, in this class I will share different categories of data type that we will cover in this day. You know that different topics we have discussed already. So different categories of data type in the Python. One of them is text-based data type, numeric or number data types, sequence data types, mapping data type, set data type, and Boolean data type. So these are different categories of data type that are used in Python. One by one we will cover in this day. So in the next class I will show you what means of text-based data type and which data type used as a text-based data type in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about text-based data type that is used in Python. So string is a data type that is used in Python as a text-based data type. It is a collection of numbers alphabetics, lowercase and uppercase, special character. So there are different collection. In this single or double quotation are considered to be a string. So in a string you will find different number, alphabet, lowercase, uppercase, any other special character you will find in a string. So you have to use single or double quotation because it is an inclusion of different alphanumeric or special character. For example, str1, this is a variable, and you can see that this is a string. This is another string example in which you used a single quotation, and you can also use a triple quotation. When you did not provide this value to any variable, it will become a comment, multi-line comment. Without assigning to a variable, it will consider a comment as, for example, in this way. This is a way to write multi-line comment in the Python. So I open Visual Studio Code. I provide different example about string, that is a text-based data type. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, text-based data type in Python. So this is a text-based data type, that is a, for example, different example I will give you. str2, this is a str1. You can also use different number, different special character. You can also use another is, for example, with a single quotation. Single quotation, just print all these variable str1 and just str1. This will be a str2 and this is 3, just Python text based. You can see that all the values are displaying here as I written. So another is that you can also use a concatenation in string, for example, plus Jaffrey. You can see that in line 1, Faisal Zamir, Faisal Jaffrey. Just when you give a space, you will find there is a space. You can use a concatenation symbol also. So you can also use different variable in a string. For example, this is a variable name. I want to use this name in a string. Just I have to replace with the name, and you will find, you can see that Faisal Zamir. This Faisal Zamir is coming from name variable. So another is example, for example, str4. This is a number, and now I want to concatenate with the another string. This is a string, this is a number. When I execute, you can see that unspotted operand type plus int and string. It means that you cannot use this addition symbol, this concatenating symbol between int and string. You have to convert this into string. What is method? str, and then now this number is become a string. Now I can concatenate string with another string. There is no error. You can also save the result, str4. Just you can see that this is displaying here at the first. You can also iterate using for loop for I in str3. Any variable you can write. So it will take one by one character and display all the character. Sorry. You can see that one by one character are displaying here. One by one character will be displayed because I am using for loop to iterate str3. Now you can also access any string using its index number, because every character in a string have their own index number. For example, str1. square bracket and 0. We will get a 0 indexed number. uh, I use this statement at the end. You can see that f is the character that have a 0 index number in str1 variable. So this is all about string. You can work with this. So if you have any confusion about string, you can discuss with me. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about number data type. You know that in the previous class we have discussed with different example about text based data type, that is a string. So we will learn about number data type in this class. One of them is the data type that is used as a number in the Python, that is a int. Int should be a whole number. There may be positive or negative. For example, these are different example about int data type. Another is a float, that may be fraction number, pointing number, or e power number. For example, 23.434, so negative number maybe, and you can see that this e power number 10 raised power number will be considered in a float data type. Another is a complex type of data, the number in the form of x plus ij, where x is a real part and this section is imaginary part, iota. So this is all about a number data type that used in Python. For example, you can see that 3 plus 3j, so it consider a complex type of data. So number data type used in Python, there are three data type that use as a number in the Python: int, float, and complex. Int will be in the form of whole number, maybe negative or positive. Float will be in the form of pointing number or 10 raised power or e power number, and complex will be in the form of x plus yj. So I will provide more example about number data type in the Visual Studio Code. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, number data type.py. First of all, you should know that, for example, num, this is a int type of data. Another example, this is also a number data type. So another is a, for example, this is a floating type of number. You can also give a pointing number but a negative. This is also considered a floating type of number. Another is a 4, and for example 3 plus 8j. Consider this is a complex type of data. This is a imaginary part, this is a real part. So I can print all the number. For example, num, it will be num2, num3, and num4. Just execute this file, python number. You can see that all the number values are displaying here. You can also display their type also. Type method is used to check data type of any variable. For example, num, it will display int. This is a int type of variable in which int type of data is stored. Now I can also check this variable, so it should display float. You can see float is displaying here. Now I want to check this num4, it should display a complex. See that complex type of data. So these are different example about number data type used in the Python. There are different applications related to math engineering we can develop using number data type in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will learn about sequence data type. You know that there are different categories of data type in the Python. One of them is sequence data type, because we have discussed two data type as text based and number based. So this is a sequence data type. Sequence data type have different data type like list, tuple, string, range. So one of them is list. It is a sequence data type in which different data type like int, float, string, etc. elements may reside. Elements inside the list have their own index number. You should know that list is a data structure in which different items store, and that item have their own index number. 0 is the first index number and n minus 1 is the last index number, where n is the total number of elements. Using index number, we can access any item from the list. A list contains different data type elements that may be int type, float type, string type, etc. List is a mutable data type which element may change after creation. You know that in the previous classes we have discussed that how you can create a list and how you can update in a mutable and immutable data type video. So syntax, its syntax is that this is square bracket. This is an empty list. There is no item in a LST list. This is a variable in which list type data is stored. For example, another you can see that this is a list containing different item 1 2 3 4 5 6. There are 6 items in this list. You can see that lst square bracket 1, it means that using index number you can access any element. Using this method I am updating value of 4. You can see that its index number is 0, its index number is 1 2 3 4 and 5. Last index is n minus 1. So in this way I am updating a list item. I am saying that the list item which contain one index number, its value should be 14, providing new element at first index. So you can also print all the element will display updated list. This is all about list. So another tuple, it is same thing, but there is some difference as it is sequence data type in which different data type elements may reside. Element inside the tuple have their own index number. It is same thing, but there is difference. This is an immutable type of data in which you cannot any updation because tuple is an immutable data type. Syntax, here you have to use a parenthesis, not square bracket. So when you update a tuple element, you will get a error because you cannot update a item after creation. So this is all about tuple. In the next, there is a range function. We can generate number with proper sequence using range function. Its syntax is that you have to type a range and you have to mention start number, stop number and step. For example, this is a 1 is a start number and stop is 11 and step difference between number will be 1. It will generate number from 1 to 10 because starting number is 1, ending number is 11. Always it subtract from its ending number or stopping number. Start default is 0 when you did not mention here, so its default value will be 0. Stop have ending value -1, so you have to specify ending number. And then step default is 1, but you can also specify 2 3 more. This is range function. You can generate number with proper sequence. There are many benefits of using range function. So this is all about a sequence data type. Another is a string data type, that is also sequence data type. You know that in the very first class of data type we have discussed about string, that is a text based, also consider a sequence data type. Also categorized in sequence data type because it have a proper sequence, having each character have their own index number. It is a collection of number, alphabet, lowercase, uppercase, special character in the single or double quotation. We consider that this is a string. So these are different examples we have already discussed. Diagrammatically you can see that hello, H have a 0 index number, E have a 1, L have a 2, and next L have a 3, and O have a 4 index number. So each character have their own index number. I open a Visual Studio Code where I will provide different examples to clear your concept about sequence data type. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file, sequence data types.py. Now first of all, there are different data type like list, tuple, range and string that are considered. These are sequence data type. We have to check one thing, whether their element arranged in well organized form or not. So if element have their own index number, it means that their element stored in a well organized form because they have a proper index number. For example, list is a different color. For example, pink, red, gray, yellow, green. So I can display these number. Let's see. List and Python sequence data type. You will see that elements are displaying here. Now I check. First of all, I will use a square bracket to use a index number to access any element. You can see that using index number I can access all the element. You see that using index number this element are displaying here. For example, another is an example of tuple. Difference is that just I change a variable name and square bracket I want to change to parenthesis. Now it become a tuple. So print tuple all element at first displaying here. Now I want to display one by one using index number. It means that tuple is also a well organized structure in which every element store with index number. You can also provide a negative index number. It will start from endpoint. Now -1 means green. You can see that -2 means yellow. So you can see that number are displaying here. Another is a range function. Just print and range. So it will take a starting number is 0. By default it is 0. You can change. Starting number is 1. Ending number is, for example, 5. It always subtract one number from its ending number. It means that it will run up to 4. And step means difference between numbers. So it will generate number from 1 to 4. sorry. I have to actually this is a range function that is will use with while loop for I in and cut from here and then print. This is advanced topic. You can see that 1 to 4 number are displaying here. So for I means we are using a loop structure to iterate this object, because this is a iterable object in which we can iterate all the number, getting one by one number from this object. So about range function we discuss in later classes in detail. Just purpose of understanding the range function is that this is also a sequence data type in which number are stored in a proper sequence. You can also increase decrease. Now it will go to up to 9 number. When you mention here 2, it will be a difference of 2 number 1 3 5 7 9. So another is a string st. It means that it is also a well organized form structure, because I am getting string at which is 0. You should know that string is also a sequence data type, because every character have their own index number. Now 0 index number, so f is a character which have a 0 index number. I can also use a -1 index number. R is displaying because R have a -1 index number from a reverse order. So these are different data type that are considered. These are sequence data type in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another data type, that is a mapping data type. You know that in the previous class we have discussed sequence data type. In the sequence data type, different data type discussed like tuple, list, string, range. So in this class we will discuss about which data type is categorized in mapping data type. That is a dictionary data type. We say that this is a dict data type. So it is a dictionary data type in which data is stored in key value form. You know that like an attribute. An attribute, there is two things. One is attribute name and another is a attribute value. For example, color and color name, width and width size, height and height size. So in this way you can provide data. For example, key value, id is a key and id value is a value of that key, and name is the key, and its value will be a name. So this is the key value. Actually, a dictionary is a collection of item. Item contain two things: one is key and it is value. For example, name is Faisal Zamir. So name is a key, and this name Faisal Zamir is a value. Age is a key, and 23 is a value. We can access its value using key. City. So this data in the Python dictionary form will be like this form. You can see that this is a curly braces start and end. This is a syntax. And name you have to enclose in a quotation, and then after key you have to put a colon, then provide value. So it become a one item. After one item you have to put a comma and then provide another key if available, then colon, then integer. That is why you did not provide any quotation. Now this is another item, this is another item. There are three items in this dictionary. Each item contain two things: one is key, another is value. In Visual Studio Code I provide example for a dictionary to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, first of all you have to create a new file and save this file in a folder. Python in 7 days. This is a day 2, and that is a mapping data type.py. Now you can see that this file existed in day 2. Day 2 is existed in Python in 7 days folder, but I am in the folder of 5 programming language source code. Just move backward and then cd Python in 7 days, cd day 2, and then Python mapping data type. But you can see that nothing to display. Now method of creating dictionary is that any variable and curly braces, and here will be key and value. After key value you have to put a comma, then another key and colon value, and then key and value. So in this way you can create a dictionary. For example, key is the, for example, id, and value will be its key, and name is the key, and value will be Geoffrey or any other value. For example, contact is a key, and this is a contact. So another you can also provide, for example, one is a key, and its value is, for example, any color. 2 is the key, and its value is blue. So in this way you can also provide, just to make comment this one, and you can access their value using their key. For example, print and d square bracket and mention its key. For example, id is a key, you will get value of id. Execute. You can see that id value is displaying here. I can also print name. Name is a key and its value is Geoffrey. Now Geoffrey will be display. Now another, in the d1 from another dictionary, what I am doing, d1 square bracket and 1. So 1 is the key, its value is pink, that is displaying here. Same like you can provide another. When you mention that key not exist, you may get error because this is a key error. Key error means there is absentee of this key. You are providing not exist this key in the D1 dictionary. So this is a way you can create a dictionary. You can iterate dictionary also along their keys or values. For example, for I, for key value in d dot items. Items means this is a one item, and you can see that item contain two things: one is key and another is value. That is why I am writing two variable, key and value. This K is indicate for key and this V indicating a value. Now when I print, I can display here uh, key and then v, sorry. It will display all the key and value in proper format. Now I want to provide all the data in a string form. Okay, because this is a ID, I want to make just it is saying that you are concatenating string with integer, because this is a value, this value is in the form of integer. That is why I want to convert this integer to string. Every value will be converted to string, that it will be easily displaying. Now remove this one, and you can see that ID and its ID, name, its value, contact, this is a contact. So 3 item with key and value are displaying using this line of code. So in this way you can work with dictionary. In next classes I will discuss with you about dictionary with full explanation. Also we will discuss built-in method that you can apply on the dictionary to perform different operations. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another data type, that is a set data type. You know that in the previous class we have discussed about mapping data type, that's a dictionary data type. Now in the set data type, what things you have to do, this is a set that we have learned in school, college, university, math subject too. That is the same thing, set data type. Set is a data type which used to store multiple values. It is unordered because this is a set item will be displayed in the form of random form. You will get items. Unindex means this is not a sequence data type. You cannot access that item using index number. And non-sequence data type, no duplication of item in a set. You cannot provide you cannot make a duplication of item in a set. For example, this is example of set. You have to use curly braces as you used to dictionary, but in dictionary you have to store data in the key value form, but in this way you don't need to store key value form data. You can see that I am printing set, you will display item, and then this is a method you can find total length of a set. So in Visual Studio Code I provide more example to clear your concept about set data type in the Python. In Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file, set data type.py, and this is set. For example, you can see that 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 is a duplication. This is a set. You can print that set. Python set data type, sorry, Python set data type. You can see that set element are displaying here. Now another for example, as I discussed, items are in the form of non-sequence. You cannot access any item because it is a unindexed. For example, I want to access any element using their index number. You cannot get because set object is not subscriptable, because items are stored in a non-sequence form, unordered form. If items stored in a sequence form, like in a tuple or list string, then you will be able to get any element using index number. That is why you cannot get any item from set using index number. And there is a method of set. To get total length of set items, just you have to make comment and then execute. You can see the total number of element in a set is 7. I can also iterate that set element for I in. If you don't know about this structure, I will discuss with you this structure in next classes. It means that I am getting one by one value from this set. You can see all the items are displaying here one by one. So this is a set data type. Another method is that you can also provide a value using add method. If you want to add new values to set, just you have to target this set and put a dot symbol and add, and in a parenthesis mention new items. You can see that new item is also displaying here. So this is all about set data type. In next classes I will discuss with you about set data type with full explanation. Also we discussed its built-in method to apply on set data type. For example, add, update, remove, discard, union, intersection also discussed. Hi guys, in the next day 3 we will cover this topic, that is a data structure in the Python. In the data structure we will learn about list, tuple, dictionary and set. These are data structure that use in Python. So we will learn about these data structure, their different built-in methods and also with example. Hi guys, in the day 3 we will discuss about Python data structure. There are different data structure used in Python that we'll cover in day 3. In the day 3 data structure in the Python, first of all we will discuss about a list. List is the data structure that used in Python to store different types of data. Another is a tuple, another is a dictionary, another is a set. These are the 4 data structures used in Python to store different types of data. They have different methods, built-in methods that are very important one to learn if you want to make any application project that may be necessary to understand for you. In this day 3 you will learn about these data structure with built-in methods with example. So many things you will learn from this day 3 class. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about a data structure. In a data structure we have discussed about list, in which we will store different type of data. So first of all you should know that list is a data type used in the Python. There are different data type used in Python. One of them is list. Another is a list is mutable data type. Know that about mutable and immutable type of data, because list is a mutable data type because we can modify list item after creation. List work like array. We use a list that is alternative solution of array, because there is no built-in array in the Python. We have to use a third-party module, that is NumPy, to work with array. That is why we use list as an alternative of array. List contain multiple values having different data type. You know that in the array there are a collection of different data that have a same data type, but in the list it contains multiple values which have different data types. List is the ordered data structure in which item will be stored in a proper sequence, which have a their own a proper index number starting from 0 to n minus 1, where n is a total number of element. List store element items enclosed in square bracket. You have to use a square bracket. In that square bracket you have to store different items. We can create a list inside another list. We say that that is a nested list. Now we can concatenate more lists to each other. Just we have to use a addition symbol. Another, we can repeat a list many times using this static symbol we used to repeat any list item. We can use membership operator to check any element in a list, for example in and not in. So this operator can be used. We can iterate list item one by one. We can iterate a list object, because list object is a iterable object, means that this is a iterable. We can get one by one item. So I open VLST code, I provide more example, more. Now I open Visual Studio Code and provide practical example about list. In Visual Studio Code, just create a new file, and save this file in a folder of Python in 7 days. This is a day 3 folder. This is a day 3. Inside day 3, file name is a data structure list with examples .py. Now what I have to do, I have to create a list. This is a list variable, and in a square bracket you can mention different data type values. For example, these are integer and this is a float. This is a float, and you can also provide other data type, for example any string, and also there is a, for example, boolean value you can mention. And for example, if you want to access any item, you can access with their index number. So 1 2 3 4 3 and up to false, these are different items or element of a list and have their own index number. This item contain a 0 index number. Its index number is 1 2 3 up to n minus 1. If you want to check from the descending order, at first its index number should be -1 -2. So in this way, for example, if you want to display any element, for example 0 indexed, and you can see that in this source code master in Python in 7 days, cd Python in 7 days. Inside that is a day 3, and then execute this file. You can see that 1 is displaying because one item of a list have a 0 index number. I can also mention here 2. Now which item is displaying? 4 is displaying because 4 have a 2 index number. And if I mention here -1, it will display false because opposite side contain -1 -2. Now what I have to do, you can also make a list, another a list, for example list 1. This is a list, this is another list. So this is a list, and square bracket indicate that this is another list. When I print this one, list 1, so you can see that this is executing. Now I want to execute this 5 that is nested. I want to display this 5 that is a item of a nested list. What I have to do, I have to at first, for example, its index number is 0 1 2, and it have a 3 index number. For example, when I mention 3, we'll see that a list that is a nested which contain a 3 index number, and then inside that 0, it contains 0 and 1 and 2. Mention here 2. You can see that 5 is displaying here. In this way you can get, because it have their own index number, that is a 3. Inside that it have a 2. That is why I use this technique. So another is that you can concatenate any list, for example list 3 and list plus list 1, and when I print list 3, I will get a collection of list. You can see that this is a collection of list because you can concatenate a list. And another is you can repeat list item. For example, I want to make a list that is a list number 4, and 1 2 4. I want to repeat this one, just make a multiplicative symbol, and 3 times I want to repeat. And when I print list 4, I will get a repeated item of a list 4. You can see that 1 time, 2 time, and 3 time. It's repeating 1. I want to repeat these items 5 times. You can see that. Another is that we can iterate list item. For I in list 4, it will display all the items one by one. Then you have to print I will get one by one item from this iterable object. You can see that I am iterating item of a list 3. You can see that it start from 1, and you can see that list 3 is a collection of LST list and list 1. If I want to iterate list 4, you will clear concept list 4, and then you will see that you can see that one by item I am getting, because list 4 contain this item multiply with 5. That is why we are getting more items. And now you will see that 1 to 4 in a proper iterable. You can see that 1 to 4. Now what I have to do, I have to show that we can also use a membership operator. For example, membership operator is used to check membership of any item in a iterable object. For example, object is a list 4. I want to check that whether I in list 4 is existed or not. It will display boolean value, true or false. You can see that displaying true, it means that 1 is existed in list 4. You can see that 1 is existed. When I check whether 10 is existed present in list 4 or not, you can see that false is displaying because 10 is not present. You can also use not in. It will change true to false and false into true. You can see that now display true, not in. Now you can use in. So these are different operations, different example about list. So in the next class we will discuss about different built-in methods that are related to list, and we perform different more operations on a list. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss more about data structure in the Python as list. You know that in the previous class we have discussed in detail about list, different things like concatenation in the list, repeating in the list, membership operator using in the list, nested list, iteration. So there are many things we discussed in previous class, but in this class I will share a list methods, that built-in method with example. For example, append, remove and clear, copy, count and length, index, insert, pop, max and min, reverse. So these are different built-in method. I will provide example to clear your concept and what operations you can perform on the list data structure using these list methods. So I open Visual Studio Code. In Visual Studio Code, just create new file and save this file, list methods with examples.py. You can see that these are methods that we will learn with example. For example, this is a append. For the first of all, I create a list. This is a list of different items. So these are different items stored in a list. Now I want to append. Append means if you want to add a new value to end of the list items. For example, append, and when I mention 100 will be append to this list after 8, because 8 is the last item. After the last item it will be add. Now Python list methods with example file is executed, and just I want to print this list. You can see that 100 is appended to end of the list item. Now I want to append 200. 200 is appended to 100 after. You can see that. Now another is a remove. Remove means if you want to remove any item from a list, you can use remove. For example, 200. I append 200 and then remove that 200. You can see that there is no 200. Now first, after appending, you can see that here is 200, but after displaying a list containing 200, then I remove that 200, and you can see that there is now a 200 item at the end. Now another is a clear list.clear. Clear is a method that is used to clear all the items. You will find a empty list at the end when you use a clear method. You can see that clear method is clear, remove all the items. Another is a copy. You can make a copy of the list. For example, just comment list dot copy copy, and it return a new list. For example, new list, that will be a copied list. When I print new underscore new list, and this is a new list, that is a copied list. This is a previous list or old list. You can see that both are same. When I perform operations, any operation on copied list, for example clear, and then when I print new list, you will find a empty list. You can see that this is a new list that is empty, because I perform operation or apply a method on new list, not this list, because this list and new list is different to each other, because this is a copy of original list. When you perform any operation on copied list, it will not affect on its previous list. Another is a index. You can find index of any items. Just I make a comment, for example list dot index, and I mention, for example there is an item 34. It will display, or it will return index of this item. When I print, you can see that 1 is displaying. Why 1 is displaying? Because 34 is item of this list which have a 1 index number starting from 0, 0 and 1. That is why index is displaying 1. Index is a method that is used to find index number of any item. Another is a insert. If you want to insert any item, you can use a insert. For example insert, it take two argument. One is index and other is a object. For example, another is a list dot insert. Insert method is used to insert any item to list, so it will take two argument. One is index number, another is a item. So it means that you have to provide index number. You have to explain a position. On this position, this item should be at 90. So at 0 index number, I want to insert this 90 item. When I print after inserting this list, you will find that at 0 position there is a 90. Now another is a pop. Pop method is used to remove any item. For example, list dot pop, we have to provide a index number. For example, at 0 position we have to remove items. After removing, I want to print. You can see that 90 is removed because 90 have a 0 index number. So another is a max and min. You can find maximum number and minimum number from a list. So print and max, in parenthesis it take a argument. I pass a list, it will return a maximum number from a list, that is a 34. Another method is a min, that is used to return minimum number from a list. You can see that 2 is a minimum number. So another is a reverse. You can reverse list item. For example, list dot reverse, and then after reversing display list, it will be reversed. You can see that 18, 17 and up to 2, and here you can see the 234 up to 8. So these are different methods function I discussed with you, you can use this method to achieve any required functionality. Tuple data structure. Tuple is a data type used in the Python. You know that like a list, tuple is also a data type that is used in Python to store data. Tuple is a mutable data type. We cannot change tuple item after creation. You should know that immutable is a data type that cannot be updated after creation. Tuple work like list, but some difference. There is difference between tuple and list. Tuple contain multiple values having different data type, like a list. Tuple is an ordered data structure having a sequence in item elements. Items that store in a tuple, you can access that item using index number. Tuple store element items enclosed in parentheses. In a parenthesis, this is optional. You know that in the list we store different items in a square bracket, but in tuple we used parentheses. We can create a tuple inside another tuple as nested tuple. You know that in the previous class I showed you how you can create a nested list. Creation in another list. Say that this is a nested list. Same like we can also create a nested tuple. So more about tuple data structure. We can concatenate more tuples to each other. This is just like a list concatenation. We can concatenate different tuple to each other, and we can also repeat a tuple many times using this symbol, static symbol. We can use membership operator to check any element existence in a specific tuple. We can iterate tuple item one by one. These operations are similar as we perform on the list. Now I open Visual Studio Code and provide example to clear your concept. In Visual Studio Code, just create your file and data structure. For example, this is a tuple. Inside this file, first of all, create a tuple. This is a tuple. For tuple, we used a parenthesis. Different data type you can mention here. This is a float. This is a, for example, a string. This is a boolean. Different data type can be stored in a tuple. To access any item, we used a index number, square bracket, and 0. It will display 1. Python data structure tuple. You can see that 1 is displaying because 1 is the item of tuple which have a 0 index number. Same like you can also use a negative index number that start from a descending order. It will display true. So another is we can create a tuple, a nested tuple. For example, this is another tuple. This is another tuple. So this is a item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, and this is a item 5. It have index number 0, 1, 2, 3, and this item have a 4 index number, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now what I have to do, I have to access nested tuple items. First of all, this is tuple. I want to access this item. For that reason, I will mention its index number, that is a 4. You can see that this item displaying. Inside this item, I have displayed this 20. We have to use another square bracket. You know that inside this tuple, 0 is item which have a 0 index number, 1 and 2. Just you have to type 2, you will get a 20. So this is a method how you can access a nested tuple item. Another is we can perform a concatenation. For example, tuple 3, tuple 3, tuple, and tuple 1, and the result will be stored in tuple 3. Now when I execute this file, you can see that a complete tuple is displaying here containing both tuple result. Now another is we can repeat a tuple many times as we want. Creating a tuple 4. It contain, for example, 3 item, and we can repeat many times. If you watch my video lecture on list, it is very easy for you. For example, type a 5 times, it will repeat these items. When I print tuple 5, sorry, tuple, there is a 4, it's a tuple 4. Execute this file. You can see that 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, and 5 time is repeated. Another is we can check a membership operator. For example, print, I want to check whether 1 is exists in tuple. If one item is present in this tuple, then it will return a boolean value that is true or false. For example, you can see that 2 is displaying because 1 is present in tuple. This is a 1. We can also check this string value. For example, whether Jafri is present in tuple or not. You can see that true. I want to check whether Faisal is present in tuple or not. You can see that false is displaying here. Another is we can iterate a tuple item for I in this tuple, print I. So here should be any iterable object. For example, tuple, list, dictionary, set. We will get one by one item from that iterable object. That one by one item will be stored in this I, and we will display using print method to user one by one. You can see that one by one items are displaying here. You can see that. Another is a Python is an immutable data type. You cannot update any tuple item as we can update in list. For example, tuple at index number 0, there is a one number, one item. I want to change this 1 to 100. So whether it update or not, you can see that does not support item assignment. It means that you cannot update any list item. That is why it is an immutable data type. So these are all about tuple, different example to clear your concept. In the next class, I will provide a complete different methods that are related to tuple, and I will provide example how you can use that tuple methods. Now in the next class, I will provide different tuple method with example. So don't miss that lecture because you will learn many things from that. If you learn different tuple methods, you will be able to achieve different functionality using tuple data structure in the Python. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different tuple methods with example. You know that in the previous class discussed about tuple, different concept, different things. But in this class I will share some tuple methods with example. One of them is count, index, max, min, length, and del. So these are different methods, different operations you can perform on the tuple. Actually, these are two built-in methods that are used with tuple, but you can also find maximum number, minimum number from a tuple, and also you can find length of the total element represented in a tuple, and we can also destroy any tuple. So I open Visual Studio Code and discuss with you with these methods. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file. Methods with examples.py. First of all, you should know that this method we have discussed: count, max, min, and length, del, and another is a index. First of all, for example, I have a tuple of different number. These are different items stored in a tuple. Now what I have to do, I can count any specific number, for example, or a specific item. For example, tuple dot count. Count in a parenthesis, you have to pass that item you want its occurrence in a specific tuple that will return value, but I want to display its value. Just execute this file, Python tuple methods. You can see that this one is occurred one time it founded. For example, many times I mention 1, and you can see that it means that 5 times 1 is used in tuple. So this is a way you can count any specific item in a specific tuple. Index method used to find index of any item of a tuple. For example, just change this method. I want to find index number of this item. What is the index number of 1? You can see that 0. And another is, for example, 14. You can see that this is a 14. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. On the 4 index number there is a 14 item is present. Another is a maximum and minimum. So you can use a maximum method to find maximum number from a tuple. Just in a parenthesis you have to pass a tuple as the argument to max function, and same like you can also use a minimum function to return minimum value. Just execute this file. You can see that 14 is a maximum, 1 is a minimum. Another is a length. We can also find length of tuple element. Just change this method length and pass a parameter. This parameter is a tuple, and you can see the total elements in this tuple 11. We can also destroy a tuple using del keyword. Just tuple, and you should know that tuple is now destroyed. After destroying, when I call this tuple, I will get an error. You can see that name error. This is not defined, but this is defined. But I have destroyed a tuple. After destroying a tuple, I am calling that tuple. That is why it is displaying a error, name error. So these are different methods, different operations we can perform on the tuple. So you can use this method to get any functionality. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another data structure that is used in the Python, that is a dictionary. So dictionary data structure. Dictionary is the data structure used to store data. Data stored in dictionary in the key value pair. In the dictionary we store data in the form of key value pair. For example, id is a key and id value, for example 1 to 3 is a value. So in this format data is stored in dictionary. For example, name and value, for example roll number and its value. So this is a key and its value, we say that this is a value of the key. Dictionary is mutable, changeable. It means that we can change dictionary items. Actually key value, collectively we say that this is a item. Item contain two things, one is key, another is value. Dictionary is an order. That item have a specific order and cannot be changed. We cannot change that a specific order. Dictionary do not allow duplication. We cannot duplicate. So another is dictionary item can be accessed using key, that is name of the value. You know that in tuple and list we use a index number to access any item, but in dictionary if you want to access any value we use the key for that item. Items stored in curly braces. We store data in dictionary using curly braces. More about dictionary data structure. You can see that this is an example of dictionary. This is a one item. In item there are two things. One is key, this is a key, and this is a value of the key. This is another item in which this is a key and this is a value. So name Java record is the item. This is one item, this is a second item. There are two items there. Name is a key, same like Java code is a value. Each item is separated with comma. You have to type a comma if you want to separate one item to other. We can access any key in this method. Print dictionary, here should be a dictionary variable. In square bracket you have to mention key, then value for specific key will be displayed. Now I open Visual Studio Code. I provide example to clear your concept about dictionary. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file and save this file. Data structure. Now this is a dictionary. For example, d variable, we store data in curly braces. For example, this is a key. You can enclose in double single quotation, but this is, should be a integer. That is why I did not want to enclose in quotation. And after key you have to put a colon, and now this is a value of the key. For example, pink is a value, 1 is a key, and collection of key and value, we say that this is a one item. If you want to start another item, you have to put a comma, then key and its value, then this is a key and this is a value. These are user defined. For example, this is a key. If there is a string, then you have to use a double single quotation and then put a colon, and then in quotation this is value. Now we can also access any item, access any value for a specific key. Write name of dictionary. In a square bracket you have to mention, or you have to pass key, and then Python data structure dict. You can see that pink is displaying because pink is a value and its key is 1. And when you mention a name, name is a key and its value is, this is a name, Faisal Zamir. You can see that Faisal Zamir is displaying here. So this is an example of dictionary. So in the next class I will discuss with you how you can iterate these items along key and value. Also we can change its style. You can also write a dictionary in this way, that is a more efficient, easy to read. So this is also a style to creating dictionary. This is a dictionary which contain 4 items. You can also create a dictionary, for example, that is a empty dictionary. When you call dic, you get a empty dictionary, and you can also print this dictionary. Complete data will be displayed. So this is all about dictionary. So in the next class I will discuss with you how you can iterate a dictionary item. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about dictionary data structure with for loop. As I discussed with you, you can iterate dictionary items, also key and value separately. So we can iterate dictionary items. You know that the items is a collection of key and value. Item is a collection of key and value pair. We can also iterate keys and value separately. We can iterate dictionary items, keys, value in order to search or filter any required data. So this is a introduction to how you can iterate dictionary items. So I open Visual Studio Code and I will show you different example to clear your concept. Before that, I move to another slide in which I will discuss a example. So different example how you can iterate items. This is a way. In this way you can iterate different items. Now this is a dictionary, and for key value in a underscore dic dot items. So you have to mention dictionary dot items. It means that we are iterating items. You know that there are two things in item. One is key and other is value. We are getting key and value, and we will display separately. So this is a key and this is a value. Two variables you have to mention because we are getting two things from this iterable object. And at the end, inside the for loop, we are displaying key colon value. So another example of iterating keys. So this is a dictionary, and you can see that for key in a dic underscore keys. In this case, we are separately iterating only keys, not items. That is why I mentioned only key variable. When you print key, all the keys will be displayed. Now iterating values. You can see that only values I am targeting and mention only one variable. When I print value, only values will be displayed. Now I open Visual Studio Code and provide example. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file. Data structure dictionary with loop, for loop. Now what I have to do, I have to get this dictionary, paste here. This is dictionary. I will iterate this dictionary along items, keys and values. Now for key value in d dot items, it means that I am iterating items. I will get item one by one. You know that there are two things in one item. One is key and another is value. That is why I mentioned two variables. One is for key and another is for value. Inside for loop, I use a print method to display key and value. So value inside here, use a colon sample, and from this variable key will be display, from this variable values will be display. Python you can see that key may be integer, because 1 2 and this number is integer and this is a string. That is why it is saying that you cannot concatenate string with number. I will convert all the keys into string format, then it will work properly. You can see that all the items are displaying here along with their key and value. This is one item, another item, so all the items one by one displaying here in this way. Another is you can also iterate only keys. For example, for key in d dot only keys is a method that will target only keys. When I print key, all the keys will be displayed. You can see that 1 2 9 3 2 3 and name. These are the only keys. We can check any key using this method. If you want to search any key, or if you want to make filter on only keys, then in that case we use this method. Now another is a you can iterate only values. I can make any variable and values just v, so it will display all the values, not keys. You can see that all the values are displaying in this way. So this is the method. You can iterate items, keys and values separately also. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different dictionary methods with example. One of them is clear, copy, get items, keys, values, pop item and update. So I open Visual Studio Code and I will discuss these methods with example to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file. List methods, and here I will change to dict methods with examples. So these are the methods. One is clear, copy, get items, up to update. Now first of all, I create a dictionary. Before creating dictionary, just I copy and paste here to save the time. Now I will use a clear method. Clear method is used to clear a dictionary. After clearing, when you print that, you will get an empty dictionary, because it will remove all the items present in a dictionary. Python dictionary methods, you can see that empty dictionary is displaying here. Another is a copy. You can copy a dictionary, just means dict.copy. It will return a new dictionary, that will be a copied dictionary. When you print that new underscore d, that is a new dictionary, you will get all the items, key and value. When any operations you perform on this dictionary, it will not affect on the d dictionary, on the previous dictionary. For example, new underscore d dot clear, so it will clear this dictionary, new dictionary, but it will not clear, or it will not affect on the previous dictionary, for example d. When I print d, you will get all the items in that dictionary, because it did not affect. Items are displaying. When I call this new dictionary, then you will see that it will display empty dictionary. Now another is a get method. For example, get method is take two things, one is key, another is a value. If you did not mention value, it will take value from its dictionary list. If that key does not exist, then return will be a none value. If you mention a default value, another is a get method. So get method take two parameter, one is a key, another is a value. This value will be a default value. For example, uh, this is a name. For example, key is the name, then its value should be displayed, that is a Faisal Zamir. You can see that Faisal Zamir. For example, I want to see value of age. There is no such type of key. You can see that none will be displayed. You can also default value, you can mention default value. For example, if this key is not exist, then its default value will be displayed, in this case 20. Another is a items. You can display all the items, only items in pair form. For example, d dot items, you will get all the items. You can see that in a tuple form. So another is a you can get only keys, same like you can get only values also. You can see that dictionary keys, dictionary values. So another is a pop method is used to remove any item. You have to mention, for example, pop d dot pop and mention a key, for example name. After popping, when you see dictionary items, you will see that it will be removed. You can see that at the last this key value is removed, because pop method is used to remove any specific key along with its value also. I mentioned key and this key is removed. And another is a pop item, d dot pop item. Pop item did not take any parameter. It will remove last item. In this case, last item is this is the last item, because this item is already removed. You can see that last item is this one. Now when I execute and after executing this line of code, I want to see the result, want to see the dictionary. You can see that this is the last item that is removed. Another is a update method. Update method is used to update a dictionary. For example, d dot update, and in a curly braces I want to give another value age, and age will be, for example, 29. Another item is, for example, course, and its value will be, for example, Python. And then after updating, when I see a D dictionary, it will be updated. You can see that this is our dictionary, and age and course are the new items. So these are different methods. You can use these different methods to get any functionality from dictionary data structure. So these are the may use in different functionality achieving. So these are different methods you can use with dictionary to get or to achieve any functionality. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another data structure that is used in Python to store data, that is a set. Set data structure. Set is a collection of unordered, unchangeable, unindexable items. Items stored in set that will be in unordered form. Unchangeable means we cannot change, and unindexable means like list tuple, there is no method of indexing. Items have no any index like we use in list or tuple to access any item using dex number. So another is set is a mutable data type because we can add or remove items from set. So there are methods. You can add more items to set, you can remove any item from this set, but set elements are immutable. For example, int, float, tuple, because we cannot change item after creation but can add more items. Set element store in curly braces, just like dictionary, but dictionary store key value form data, but in set did not let that concept, but we use curly braces. Every element items separated with comma. Set contain only immutable data type element like integer, string. When we store mutable data type like list, it will return a type error exception. But there is a method we can provide a list as an item of a set. But when we use this method, curly braces method, then it will raise a exception of type error. So more about set data structure. Set can be created using set method. This is a method you can create a set. Using this method, we can provide a list that is a mutable data type. It takes iterable object as argument. It stores unique element. It will remove duplicated element. We can create empty set using set method. So if you create a set that is empty using curly braces, it will consider a dictionary because same method of creating empty dictionary and empty set. But in the case of set, we did not use this method because it will consider a dictionary, empty dictionary. But to create empty set, we use this set parenthesis, this method. Now I open Visual Studio Code. I provide different example to clear your concept about set data structure in the Python. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file. Data structure, that is a set data structure. First of all, you should know that this is a set. For that reason, we use the curly braces. You can see that different items are stored, and then call this file data structure. You can see that items are displaying here, and you have to use a curly braces, and every item should be separated with comma. So this is set. About set you have learned in college, university in math subject. So there are different operations you can perform on this set. For example, union, intersection, difference, symmetric difference, different operations you can perform. For example, this is a one set and this is a another set. This is another set. We can find a union of these two sets. For example, set 2 equal to set dot union and set 1. So it will find these two set union. When I print set 2, it will display union of these two set. You can see that this is a union. You can also find intersection of these two set, and you can also find difference of these two set. Same like you can also find symmetric difference. So you can see that different operations you can mention here. Just I will write for you when I provide source code to you. Union, and this will be intersection, intersection. You can see that you can provide different variable for each methods. So just I make a comments all these. Now I will prove that it have no index number. For example, print set I want to access any item using index number. You can see that not separateable because there is no concept of index. All the items store with a unindexed sequence. So another is a items are the non-sequence because items store in a set with a unordered concept, not as we store items in list or tuple. So another is that you can iterate set items also using for loop. For I in set, you will get all the items one by one. You can see that. Just to remove or make comment, execute, you can see that all the items you will get one by one. Another is a you cannot update set item. For example, set for example at 0 index I want to update this 1 to this number. It will give an error because it did not support item assignment. It means that you cannot update because set item will be immutable. When you provide any mutable type of data, for example list, you will get a error. This is a list that is a mutable type of data. You can see that type error you will get. So another is that you can use a set method. For example, this method is used to create a set also. Set to set 3 for example, or create set. Now it will display that this is a empty set. This is a empty set. When I create empty set using this method, for example empty set using curly braces method, it will display that this is a dictionary. When I find its type, for example empty set type, you can see that this is a dictionary, not a set. To create an empty set we use this method. So make comment. So this is all about set different things as discussed with you. Now in the next class I will share different methods that were used with set to perform different operations or to make different functionalities. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different set methods with examples. One of them is add, clear, copy, discard, is subset, is superset, pop, and remove. So these are different methods that use with set in the Python. I open Visual Studio Code where I will provide different example. I open a Visual Studio Code in which I will provide different example to clear a concept. Also we discuss working out these methods with set. In Visual Studio Code, just create new file and then we have to write here a set methods, and then for example this is a set, just copy, this is a set, copy and paste here, and then different set methods. These are the different set items that we will understand with example. First of all, this is add. Add is a method that is used to add new item to set. For example 100 I want to add to this set. After adding, I print set, it will display updated set. You can see that 100 is added. Another is a clear. Clear method is used to clear set. It will remove all the items. For example, you can see that a empty set will be displayed. Copy method is used to copy a set to, for example set dot copy, it will return a new set to, for example new set, that will be a copied set. You can print and display, you can see that this is a copied set, this is the original set. You can perform different operation on this set, it will not affect on the set. Now another is a discard method. Discard method is used to discard or remove any value. For example, from set I want to discard a value, for example 4 value I want to discard. After discarding I want to display a set, it will display, but you can see that 4 is removed. For example, another is a 200, but there is absent 200 item, then what you will get? There is no error. But there is another method, that is a remove. Remove method is also used to remove any item, but difference is that it will raise an error if items is not exist, key error. So because 200 item is not present. And another is subset. For example, I have two set. A is a set 1 to 3, B is another set which contain 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Now we want to check whether A is a subset of B or not. So what means of subset? If all the atoms of A present in B set, it means that A is a subset of B and it will display Boolean value true or false. You can see that true because A is a subset. And superset means then B will be superset of A set. For example, whether B is superset of A or not, it will display true. Because A is a subset of B, then must B should be a superset of A. So another is a pop. Pop method is also used to remove a last item randomly, because items store in a set in random form, unordered form. For example, set dot pop, it will remove a last item. When I print set, you will see that item will be removed. You can see that one item is removed, that is a 1 is removed. So this is a way different methods I discuss with you with example. You can use these methods to achieve any functionality. About other methods I discussed, for example, intersection, union, symmetric, difference I have already discussed in previous class. So one thing I have forgot when we were discussing about a list methods, for example list methods, I have forgot one thing. That thing is that I did not tell you about length, how you can find length of list items. So this is a method you can find items of a list, total number of list. It will take argument as a table object of Python list. You can see that total number of element in this list 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. So this is the things that I have forget. So today we have learned different methods of set with example. Hi guys, in this class I will share a different exercise on the basis of Python concept as we have discussed in this day. So these exercises will be discussed with you. I will provide a solution for these. These are very simple and beginners one, just for your practice. Write a Python program to get 5 integer item from the user, store in a list, and then to add all the numbers to each other and display result to user. And another is that write a Python program to get 5 integer from user, same thing, store in a tuple. Now in this way you have to use just tuple. In exercise 3.1 you have used list, but in 3.2 we have to use tuple. But you can see that here you have to add but in 3.2 you have to multiply all number to each other. Now another is a 3.3. In this case what you have to do, 5 integer from the user, store in a set. In this case you have to store in a set and add all numbers to each other and display result to user. So very basic and easy one. Just I open Visual Studio Code and provide solution for these exercises. In a Visual Studio Code, just create any file, exercises.py, and in a triple quotation you can see that these exercises I have to complete. First exercise is that first of all I have to get 5 number from the user and then store in a list and add all numbers to each other and display result to user. First of all I have to create a empty list and I will get a number from user, 5 number from user, and append that number to list. For I in range 5 time I have to repeat this sentence, this statement, that is the input, enter a number, and you know that I have to convert that user enter number to integer, and then store in a item variable, and then list dot append. Item will be stored in a empty list. After getting 5 number from the user, I have to iterate this list because now it have 5 item, because user will enter for I in list. And then what I have to do for j, I want to change. I have to make a variable sum equal to 0, and then sum addition assignment operator j, so it will add all the numbers to each other. Now when I print sum, I will get a result. For example, Python exercises, enter a number 1, 3, 4 and 6, 5. You can see that you can see that 19 number is a sum of all the numbers that are present in a list. So this is a solution of one problem. You can ask me if you have any confusion about this operator. This is operator, arithmetic operator, that is a addition assignment operator. And another is a write a Python program to get 5 integer from the user, just same this like, and store in a tuple, and after storing in tuple multiply all the numbers to each other. So what method I will use, I will copy, this is a exercise 1, exercise 3.1, and then this will be a exercise 3.2, and then this should be a empty tuple, and then after that it should be a parenthesis. I have to find multiplication. Initial number should be 1, because if I initialize with 0, resultant will be 0. Then I have to use a multiplicative symbol, and then mul. For some time I want to make this as a comment. Execute this file, enter a number 3. There is no such method in tuple. I tell you another method. It should be a tuple. It should be a tuple. List. I change num, but this should be a tuple, and then num. Now here I will convert that list to tuple, and then this will be our tuple, and then initialize with this will be mul, this will be multiplicative, and then you can see that I create a list. Creating list, I get 5 number from the user, append to a list, it means I created list, but after storing item in a list, I convert that list into tuple. Now I have a tuple containing user enter number, then iterate that tuple item and then multiply to each other, store all the result in a mul. For example, 1 2 3 4 5, you can see that 15 is the result that is coming. So this is a previous result, sorry. 1 2 3 5, you can see that this is a multiplication answer, and 15 is a result of this exercise. Just I have to make comment and you know that this is working fine. Just remove this one, just make comment. And then another is a Python exercise 3.3, get 5 integer from the user, store in a set. Now I have to get number from the user, store in a set, and then I have to add all the numbers to each other. This is very easy one. Just you have to copy, and this is a exercise 3.3, and then this will be a set, and this will be a set, and there is a method of add in set, and then this will be did not need to convert to tuple because I need only set, and then here will be add because I need to add all the numbers to each other. Here will be, for example, another k. Here will be a set, I want to iterate set, it will be add, here will be a k, and here will be add. Now execute this file, enter a number, for example 1 object no attribute add. Sorry, I have to use this method. This is a empty set. Now 1 2 3 4 5, it is displaying 0 result because I have to change this symbol to addition symbol because I need to find addition. You can see that 15 is result. So all the exercises I solved and provide solution for that. You can check these exercise and compare with problem statement. You'll find that I provide solution for that exercise. First, in first exercise 3.1, create empty list, get 5 number from the user, store in a list, and then find total sum of all the numbers. And in 3.2, I want to get number from user, 5 number, and then store in a list, then convert that list into tuple, and then find total product of all the items. And in 3.3, I create empty set, get 5 number from the user, store in a set, and find addition of all the numbers. If you have any confusion, you can share with me. In the next day 4, we will learn about Python decision making structure. This is very important one structure in any programming language, but we will cover this decision making structure in Python. Don't miss any lecture series from the day 4 because you will learn many things related to decision making structure with different example and their solution. Hi guys, we are learning Python in 7 days. You know, we have discussed different topics up to day 3. Now this is a day 4 in which we will learn about Python decision making. So this is very important one chapter in the Python. So in the day 4 we have to discuss about decision making structure. I will provide example to clear your concept how you can make a structure that will decide which statement or set of statements should execute on the basis of provided condition. So in the day 4 decision making structure, this topic will be discussed in this day. What means of decision making structure with example: if statement, if else statement, nested if statement, and if else statement. So these all the topics we discuss in the day 4 with example, practical example. So if statement, I will provide theoretical concept and syntax and also programming example. Same with if else, nested if statement, and also with if elif and else statement. So these are different topics that we'll cover in the day 4. So don't miss any lecture because you will learn many things from this day 4. Anyhow, if you face any problem, any issue while learning with us, you can discuss with me without any hesitation. Thank you. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about Python decision making structure. This chapter is very important in every programming language. Like Python also, we will cover this topic. Different statement, different decision making structure I will discuss with you in this day. So first of all, I will introduce what means of decision making structure. Decision making structure, the structure in which we provide a condition. First of all, we have to provide a condition. On the basis of that condition, a statement or a set of statement is executed. If you want or if you want to make a condition that a specific statement should be executed when a condition is true. Otherwise, when condition is false, that statement will not be executed. You should know that we can alter a sequence of statement because all the statements execute in the order in which we declare, but we can change their sequence. We can use decision making structure in which our code decide to execute statement. It decide doesn't mean it decide which statement should be executed because it see and it check condition. If condition is true, a specific statement will be executed. If condition is false, then another statement will be executed or set of statement according to given condition. Different examples. For example, display a message. We want to display this message. Congratulations, you can take participant in this program if person age is 18 or greater than 18. For example, if application which take input from the user age, when user age is 18 or greater than 18, then this message should be displayed. Otherwise, if user age is not greater than 18, for example 16 or 12, any other, then this message will not be displayed. So this is the condition. Another is a display message welcome if day is Friday. For example, if day is Sunday, Saturday or other, this message will not be displayed. Condition is that day should be Friday. Display message, you are eligible for the admission of MCS if your marks greater than 1000. So this is a condition. If this condition is true, then you are eligible for the admission of the MCS. This message should be displayed to user. Show message, it is an even number. If user input a number that variable by 2. So these are different example. You can create such type of application in which you have to get data from the user. On the basis of user data, we make a condition. If condition is true, a specific statement we execute. If condition is false, then another statement we execute. So in the next class, we will discuss about different decision making structure. So don't miss any class because we have to discuss different decision making structure. For example, if statement, nested if statement, if else statement, if elif else statement. So these are different decision making structure we will discuss this day. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about decision making structure that is a if statement. One of them is a if statement. It take a condition what is working and how you can work with if statement. First of all, you should know that it take a condition. If condition is true, on the basis of provided condition, it execute a statement or a set of statement. For example, if condition is false, nothing to display. So it's syntax. Syntax means it's rules regulations to write if structure. First of all, if, and you have to mention here condition and then colon symbol. After colon symbol, you have to move on the new line and give one tab, and then you have to mention statement or a set of statement. For example, this is a syntax. Now I provide a programming example. Marks equal to 60. Marks is any variable and its value is 60. We make condition that if marks greater than 70. Now you can see that condition is false because marks not greater than 70 but less than 70 because marks value is 60, and then this message should be displayed. So this is a if statement structure. This is very simple. I open Visual Studio Code and provide example to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, just create any file and save this file. This is a day 4. Day 4. Inside day 4, if statement.py. Inside this file, first of all, for example, its syntax is that if, and here you have to mention condition and then colon symbol, new line and one tab distance, because we have to care of indentation in the Python. Then here you can write your code. For example, I have a variable. For example, value is 10. If value is greater than 20, then this message should be displayed. For example, value is greater than 20. Now execute this file. Ct day 04 Python nothing to display because this statement will not be execute, will not be display because condition is false, because value is not greater than 20. If I mention here 40, now condition become true because now value variable contain 40, but condition is that value if greater than 20, because now this value is greater than 20, then a message should be displayed. You can see that value is greater than 20. For example, another example I can provide. For example, name is Geoffrey. If name is equal to Geoffrey, this is a sign of equality. You cannot use one equal sign. This is used for assignment, providing value to any variable, but two or double equal sign means that we're comparing. If name is value is Geoffrey, name value is Geoffrey, then okay, this display. For example, execute. Okay. For example, name value is Faisal, then it will not display. Okay. So another, for example, marks 60, and if marks less than 60, then this message should be displayed. You are fail. You are fail. If marks less than 60, for example 40, then this message should be displayed. You can see that you are fail. So in this way you have to make any condition. You can use a relational operator, for example less than, greater than, equal to, not equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. So these are different relational operators you can use, and also you can use logical operators. If you have any confusion about these operators, you can discuss with me. I will help you about these operators. Now this is all about if statement. Now in the next class we will discuss about, for example, if marks less than 60, then this message should be displayed. But if marks greater than 60, then what statement or what message should be displayed? So this functionality we will achieve in the next class. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about if else statement. Then in the previous class we have discussed if statement, theoretical concept, syntax, programming examples. Now in this class we will learn about if else statement. It take a condition. First of all, you should know that it take a condition. If condition is true, then it execute a statement or set of statement. If condition is, for example, false, then it will display a false like statement or set of statement. So it is same that we have discussed in previous class, but in the previous class we have discussed only if statement, but in this class there is additional keyword. We will use else statement, because when condition is false, then inside else block all the statement will be execute. Syntax: first of all you have to type if, and you can here mention any expression or any condition, then make colon symbol, and then you can mention statement or set of statement. For example, this condition is true, then this statement will be execute. But in some case, if this condition is not true, this condition is false, then what statement should be execute? If condition is false, then you have to type else colon, and on the new line you have to mention a statement or set of statement. This statement will be executed when this condition is false, and it will skip these statements. Now, for example, marks equal to 60, and I make condition if marks greater than 70, then this message should be displayed. For example, marks not greater than 70 but less than 70, then this message should be displayed. So this is a basic example. I open Visual Studio Code and provide more example to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file. This is a if else statement. If else statement. So I will discuss with you. Just I copy and paste here. Now this is a example of if statement. For example, if value is greater than 20, this message should be displayed. I execute this file. Value should be displayed here. You have to save this file. Sorry, you can see that value is greater than 20. For example, value is not greater than 20, then which statement is displaying? Nothing to display, but I want that statement should be displayed that value is not greater than 20. Value is not greater than 20. Now this statement will be executed. If condition is false, this statement will be executed. If this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. Another is, for example, name equal to Faisal. If name equal to Jafri, your name is Jafri. For example, if name is not equal to Jafri, name is equal to Faisal, then this message should be displayed. Your name is Faisal. I execute. You can see that your name is Faisal, because name value is not equal to Jafri. For example, I give a Jafri value, then Jafri, your name is Jafri. So on the basis of condition it will work. So another is if marks equal to 40, marks value is 40. If marks less than 60, then this message should be displayed. For example, if marks greater than 60, then this message should be displayed. Okay, because when this condition is true, marks value is less than 60, this message display. If not less than 60, for example, if there is a 70, now condition become false. Okay will be display. Okay, see that okay is displaying here. So this is decision making structure. You can make a structure in which your program will decide which statement should be executed on the basis of condition. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about nested if statement. So what means of nested if statement? Nested if statement means a statement inside another if statement block. We say that that is a nested if statement. Syntax, for example, this is a one if and its condition, and this is another if statement that is written inside another if statement. Say that this is a nested if statement. So when this condition is true, then it will check this condition. If this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. For example, if condition is true and this condition is false, then it will not enter to this block of code and it will not execute this statement. So when condition 1 is true, then condition 2 will be checked. And inside second if statement block, all the statement or set of statement will be executed if both condition become true. When these both condition true, then control will enter to second if statement block and execute all the statement. Now I provide example. For example, num equal to 18, and we check if num percentage 2, we say that this is a modulus operator. If num is 18 num value is 18 modulus 2, it means that if we divide 18 by 2 and its remainder is equal to 0, then again check num modulus 3 18 and modulus 3, and then divide by 3 and check that if remainder is equal to 0, then this statement should be displayed, that is number is divisible by 3 and 2. If this condition is true, it check inside another condition. If this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. Now I open Visual Studio Code and provide example to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, nested if statement.py. Now for example, num is equal to 18. I provide another example. For example, value is equal to 10, and if value modulus with 2 and its remainder is equal to 0, then this message, I did not want to display message, I want to make another condition, that is a nested if statement, and also check value modulus with 3 and this should be equal to 0, and if both conditions true, then this message should be displayed, number is divisible by 2 and 3. Now I want to execute this file, python nested, nothing to display because number is not divisible by 2 and 3. I enter a 6, then it will display number is divisible by 2 and 3. So this is a nested if statement example. If statement that is another if statement. Now I make another, for example, name equal to Joffrey, age equal to 30. Now I make if statement, name should be equal to Joffrey, and if name equal to Joffrey and age should be equal to 30, then this message should be displayed, you are selected, you are selected. Now I execute this file. If name is equal to Joffrey, and then you can see that you are selected. For example, if name is Joffrey, I make this will be Joffrey. If name is for Joffrey and there is issue with age, then this statement will not be executed. Now I can provide else part for first if statement, mention your issue with age. So this should be a, because if name is equal to Joffrey, if name is true but there is issue with age, age is not equal to 30, then this statement should be executed. For example, you can see that your issue with age, this else part is with this if statement, and this if statement have a else part. This is else part of first if statement, print issue with the name. For example, there is another name and age is 30. You can see that issue with the name because name is not equal to Jeffrey. So in this way, you can make a condition, nested if statement, a statement, if statement present in another if statement. We say that that is a nested if statement. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another Python decision making structure, that is a elif. You know that we have discussed about if statement, if else, nested if statement. Now we will cover elif decision making structure, in which we will use elif keyword with if and else. So elif is used between if and else block. We use elif where we have to make multiple condition after if statement. For example, there may be a condition in which you have to provide multiple condition. In that situation, we have to use elif decision making structure. For example, you want to make a program in which user will insert a character, for example, A, B, and up to Z. User can enter. For example, if there is a user enter, for example, A, then a message should be displayed that this is a vowel. And for example, user enter C, show that this is not a vowel. And user enter I, it should display that this is a vowel. For example, U, it should display that this is a vowel. For example, X should display it is not vowel. So you can see that there are different conditions we have to make for this program. In that situation, we have to use elif keyword. So it is an alternative of else if condition. You know that in other programming language there is no concept of elif keyword, but in Python we use elif keyword. This is the alternative of else if condition, as we use this structure in other languages like PHP, C++. So its syntax is that, for example, if condition, if this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. For example, this condition is false. Again, this condition will be checked. If this condition is true, this statement will be executed, or a set of statement will be executed. For example, this condition also false, then control check this condition. If this condition is true, then this statement will be executed. For example, this condition also false, then in the else part, if any statement or set of statement mentioned, they will be executed. So syntax is that, for example, if this condition is true, this statement will be executed and skip all other. For example, this condition is false, then this condition will be checked. And if this condition is false, then again this condition is checked. If this condition is true, inside that block all the statement will be executed. For example, all the conditions are false, then in the else part statement or set of statement will be executed. Now I open realistic code and provide example on the basis of if, elif, else keywords. In a realistic code, just create any file and save this file, if, elif, and else statements.py. Now I will provide example in which we will use a elif keyword, in which we have to provide multiple conditions. For example, I want to make a program in which user will enter a character. If that character is vowel, a message should be displayed that this character is vowel. Otherwise, this is not a vowel, this is a consonant. So first of all, I will get a character from the user, enter a char to check whether it is vowel or not, that store in this variable, and then I make a condition if ch means variable in which user will enter a char. If ch equal to, for example, a small char in small letter. User can also enter small letter or capital letter. On the basis of both cases, you can display message, but in this example I will get only small letter. Or I can also okay, no issue, in small letter. Now if char is equal to a, then this message should be displayed that it is vowel. For example, this condition is false. User did not enter a character. Then I will check if ch equal to a, then this message should be displayed there. For example, user enter another character, for example I, then this message should be displayed. For example, again we check that colon, user enter a u r o, then this message should be displayed that. For example, user enter another character say equal to u, then this message should be displayed that. For example, in some case maybe condition that user did not enter any character that is a vowel, then this message should be displayed it is not vowel char. Now I want to execute this file, python if elif else. You can see that it is saying that enter a char in small letter. For example, a, you can see that it is vowel. H, you can see that it is not vowel. Anything else, for example any number, it is not vowel. O, it is vowel. I, vowel. U, it is vowel. E, it is vowel. L, it is not a vowel char. So first of all I get a character from the user, and then I make condition that if that char is equal to a, then this message should be displayed that. For example, if this condition is false, then again check this condition. If this false, again this check. If this false, again this condition should be checked. If this false, then again check this condition. If all the conditions are false, then anything you written in else block that should be displayed. So another is that you can also make functionality that if user enter any character in small letter or capital letter, that should be displayed it is vowel. You have to use a logical operator, that is a or. If ch equal to a or equal to with capital, then this message should be displayed. Make with everyone e, and then should be I, and should be here o, and then here should be a u. So execute this file. For example, a and capital A, you can see that. So this is a functionality we have created. User can enter any character. On the basis of user character, we display message whether it is vowel or not. Hi guys, in this class I will share a exercise 4.1 on the basis of a decision making structure. So this is a problem statement. Write a Python program to get marks from the user and display grade according to user marks as following. For example, user marks is 90 or greater than 90, then display a grade. If marks 80 are greater than 80, then display B grade. Same like if marks 70 are 70 greater than, then C grade should be displayed. If marks equal to 60 are greater than 60, then display D grade, otherwise display fail. This is a criteria. On the basis of this information, we have display a grade according to user enter marks. I open Visual Studio Code and I will provide solution for this exercise 4.1. In a Visual Studio Code, just create any file and save this file exercise 4.1.py. Now what I have to do, I have to get marks from the user, enter your marks. That marks should be converted to integer. This is very easy. And that store any marks, and then I have to make condition if marks greater than or equal to 90, then what you have to do, this message should be displayed your grade is A. For example, user marks less than 90, then we used a elif keyword. If marks greater than or equal to 80, then this message should be displayed that just copy, your grade is B. For example, in alif, if user marks not greater than 80 or equal to 80, or this condition is also false, then we make another condition. If marks greater than or equal to 70, then this message should be displayed that your grade is C. In another, I make another example. If user marks is greater than or equal to 60, then this grade should be displayed. For example, if user marks less than 60, then in the else part this message should be displayed that you are fail. Now execute this file. Exercise 4.1. Enter your marks. For example, 86. This is greater than 80. You can see that this condition will be true, greater than 60, and this message should be displayed there. You can see that your grade is B. For example, again execute this file. I mention here 55. This is less than 60, and all the condition will be false, and this message should be displayed, you are fail. So on the basis of user marks we display different grade. So this is an exercise that is on the basis of decision making structure in the Python. If you have any confusion, you can share with me. Hi guys, in the next day 5 we will learn about Python functions. You know that in this day we have discussed about decision making structure with example, but in the next day 5 we have discussed about Python functions. This is very important one chapter in Python or in another programming languages also. So in that day we discussed in detail about functions. For example, how you can create function, calling of a function, parameter, arguments, different things related to functions we will cover in the day 5. Hi guys, in the day 5 we will learn about Python function. You know that we are learning Python in 7 days. We have discussed many things in previous days, but in this class we will discuss different topics that we'll cover in the day 5. Function is very important topic in any programming language, same like we will cover this chapter in Python programming course also. So in the day 5 function in Python, first of all we will cover this section, means the basics of Python function. What is function, how you can create a function, and how you can call a function, what means of argument and parameter, and also difference between argument and parameter with example. And also I discussed with you different types of argument, keyword arguments, default argument, required arguments. And also I will share a exercise for your practice on the basis of function. So don't miss any lecture because you will learn many things from this day. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about function in the Python. This is very first class in which I will share some theoretical concept. Also I will provide example to creating and calling a function in the Python. So first of all, what is a function? Every programming language have a concept of function. For example, C++, C#, PHP, Java, JavaScript, many other programming language have concept of function. Function is an important concept that includes any functionality. If you want to make any functionality, you can include any functionality in a function. Because if you want to perform any specific code, or if you want to get any specific functionality, we use function, and then functionality we include in a function body. And when we require that functionality, we did not need to write again, or did not need to make again that functionality, just to have to call that function. We make function one time and use in anywhere many time as we want. So what are the advantages? It saves our time for writing code again and again, because you save your functionality in a function, because we make function one time and you can call that function many times anywhere when we want. It increases readability because it helps to read code easily. code length become very short because you did not need to write code again and again. And using that, using function, there is a code reusability because we can reuse a existing code. So another topic is that creating function in the Python, how you can create a function. So its syntax is that first of all you have to use a def keyword. Def means define. We're defining a function, give a space and function name. Function name should be a valid identifier. For example, there is no space between two words. You cannot use any number starting, and you can use different alpha and number, but you cannot use a number as a starting character of the function name, and use a parenthesis and colon. And this is a function body. Inside function you can write any code you want. So this is a method of creating a function. So syntax component, there are different components of a function. One of them is def keyword. You have to use this keyword. This is a necessary. And then function name, this is also necessary. Function name you have to select, and parenthesis, put parenthesis, and then you have to put a colon, and then this is a body of the function. So these are different components of a function. Now as you have created a function, after creating a function you have to call that function, because any code you write inside the function body, when you did not call that function, you will not get that code. That code will not work. When you call that function, then all the code inside the function will work. So without calling function, we cannot execute code that written inside the function. It is necessary to call a function. To call a function, what I have to do, write function name with parenthesis. For example, this is a function name and parenthesis. It means that you are calling a function. And where you can call the function, outside of the function or inside of another function body, you can call a function. Example, this is a def keyword and function name, and then print hello world. So this is a function creation. You create a function, and outside the function you have to write name of the function and parenthesis. When you type this line of code, it means that you are calling a function. When you type this function name with parenthesis, hello world will be displayed. If you did not write this line of code, hello world will not be displayed on the screen. So I open Visual Studio Code and provide example about creating function and calling a function in the Python. In Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file. This is a day5. Inside, this is a function examples.py. Now I want to enclose previous files. Now creating function, you have to use def keyword. Here is a function name. Function name is our test parenthesis colon. Inside function body you can write anything else. This is the function. This is the function. Now execute this file, move backward, cd day05, then run this file. You can see that nothing to display. Function is created and this statement should be displayed, but you have to call a function. Outside the function, just type name of the function and parenthesis. Now statement will be executed inside the function. You can see that. Any other statement you can also mention. For example, any calculation, it will be displayed. You can see that. These are the statements are displaying here. Now another function I create, def test1. So inside this function I want to call this function. Now what I remove from here. Now you can see that there is nothing to display. When I call this function, inside this function there is another calling. We are calling a function. This is very important one concept, because we are calling a function inside another function. So this function will be executed. Its statement will be executed when this function call is called. For example, test1. You can see that all the statements are executed because we call test1, and inside the test1 we are calling another function. I can write any other statement. This is the test1 function methods. You can see that statement will be execute of test, and this statement is executing from test1. So this is the concept of function. Now another thing is that parameter, we can pass any parameter. For example, 3, and here if you want to send any information to function body, you can pass through calling function. For example, I mentioned here 1. This 1 should be read to inside the function. You can see that this is test1. This is the argument I can pass here. For example, a. So this is a variable that will receive this 1 value, and when I print this a, and value of a will be execute, that is a 1. Print a, it will display at first line. We mention here a variable. This variable a will receive value from this calling point. So you can see that 1 is displaying here. About parameter argument we will cover in this lecture. Now I open PowerPoint, I provide example concept about parameter argument, then we will move to Visual Studio Code. Now parameter in the Python function. Parameter is a variable or constant, or basically a information that is sent to function in order to use inside the function body to perform any operation or to use in any way. For example, this is a function def keyword, this is function name, and here you can mention any parameter. This may be any constant variable, any information which you want to use inside the function body. That informations will come from function calling point. Now we use parameter inside the parenthesis of the function definition. This parenthesis showing that these are the parentheses with function name in the function definition. This is a function definition, but outside the function when we call, that is a calling function point. For example, this is a function definition, and inside parentheses you can see that this is a variable which contain a value. It will receive a value when we call this function. Now when it receive a value, that value can be used inside the function body. You can see that we can print num, we can perform any operation on that value. Now you can see that outside the function, when I call this function, I am sending a value 43 will go to num. Num will receive 43 value. So in this way it received a value and initialized this variable, and we can use that variable inside the function body. Argument is a variable or value that is sent to function through function call. This is a argument, this is a parameter. Sometimes we say these are same thing, but there is a difference. I will discuss this difference in next class. Now I open Visual Studio Code to provide more example. In Visual Studio Code, for example, I create another function def math, and it will take two argument a and b. So print a plus b and execute this file math, and what you will get, you can see that missing two required positional argument. It is saying that you have to send information also. You have to send value for a and b. For example, I mentioned 10. It will say again 1 required. You can see that it's saying that 10 is assigned to a, and you have to provide another value for the b. So 10 is assigned to a and 20 is assigned to b. Now a value is 10, b value is 20. Their value will be used inside the function body. You will see that there is no error, and 30 is displaying here. I can also make any if statement. For example, if a equal to b, then this message should display a and b are equal, else not equal. You can see that not equal. When I send equal value, this information will go to a and b parameter, and then we will make a condition whether a are equal to b or not. You can see that a and b are equal. So in this way you can use parameter argument in the function. More about parameter arguments we'll cover in the coming lectures, but in the next class I will discuss with you what is difference between parameter and argument with example. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about difference between argument and parameter in the Python. You know that we had discussed about function, how you can create function and calling a function with example, but in this class we will discuss about a difference between argument and parameter in the Python function. First of all, you should know that sometimes we say that these are the same things, parameter and argument, but there is some difference. But there is some difference between parameter and argument that will clear in this lecture. I will clear this confusion with providing a example. This is a function, tap function name, and this is a parameter. We can say that this is a formal parameter or formal value. We can also say that this is a parameter and also say that this is a receiver. Formal value, parameter or receiver, because it receives a value from a function calling point. Print world. The value of this world, this parameter will display inside the function. When we call this function, this is a value. This is a sender. This send this value to this receiver. It receive this value and we can perform different operation on that value, on that parameter value inside the function body. We can say that this is a actual value or a argument or a sender. So I provide example to clear your more concept in Visual Studio Code. In Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, parameter arguments.py. First of all, for example, this is a function test1, and then for example, it take a argument a, b and c, and I want to perform different operations on a and b. For example, a plus b plus c, and then copy this line of code and then paste here. Different there are three statements. Just change symbol. I want to subtract and find product of three number. So these are the parameter or formal value or a receiver that will receive value from function calling point. This is a function calling point. We will send value, for example 10, 20 and 30. This value will send to function definition inside parenthesis, and these variable that are parameter will receive this value. After receiving this value, we can use that value inside the function body. When I execute this file, Python, file name is parameter argument. You can see that the result is displaying here. So these are the actual value, sender or argument. These are the formal value, parameter or receiver. We can create another function also, test2, name and age. We can display your name is, for example, name, print your age is. I will concatenate converting to string, and then when I call this function test2, I will send this information Faisal Zamir in double quotation, and this is the age. You can see that your name is Faisal Zamir, your age is 20. When I change this value, you will see a change. Job free. So you can see that we can also get this information from the user. For example, input, enter a name, and also enter your age. that should be converted to integer, and then this will be a name or just n and just a. Now I can replace this a and this replace to n. No matter variable should be same or different. No matter variable name same or different. So these are the actual value and these are the formal values. And you can see the enter name, job free, age is this date. You can see that dynamically we are providing values to function. So this is all about parameter and arguments in the function. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about different types of argument in the Python function. You know that there are different types of argument are there in the Python function. We will cover that, and we also discuss different topics related to Python function. We have discussed already, but now in this class we have to discuss different types of argument in the Python function with programming example. One of them is keyword argument, default argument, and required argument. These are the different types of argument used in Python function. So first of all, keyword argument in the Python. Using keyword argument, as name indicate that in the argument you have to use a keyword. We can change order of parameter as we mentioned in function declaration. Using keyword argument, we can change order of parameter. For example, in function definition, you define different parameter, for example a, b, c. When you call this function, we have to pass a value, for example 12 and 5, 6. So 12 value will be assigned to a, 5 value will be assigned to b, 6 value will be assigned to c. It means that we have to care of their position. According to their position of declaration in function definition, we have to care that position of each parameter. But we can change this position. For example, we can assign a value to b at first, and then we can assign a value to c in the second number, and at last we can assign a value to a variable. How you can do this one? You can use that keyword. For example, if you want to assign a value to c, you can write name of that variable c equal to, for example, 6, and if you want to give value to a variable, for example a value is 12, and same like with separated by comma, b value is 5. In this way you can use keyword argument. Then you can see that there is independent of their position. For example, this is a function which have two parameter, one is name, another is a num. So print name, print num. When I call this function, you can see that this is a string that will go to name variable, name parameter, and this num will go to num variable. But you can see that this is not correct. 12 is not a name, but 12 will go to name variable. Name will receive 12 value, num will receive ali value. That is not a correct. But when you use a keyword argument, num equal 32, name is equal to Faisal. Now this is a correct using keyword argument. Now I provide example about keyword argument, then we will move to next type. In a Visual Studio Code, just create new file, save this file, keywords, types of parameters. Now first of all, I create a function, for example def, and math. It will take, for example a, b, and c. I want to add this number a plus b plus c, and when I call this function using its name math, a value, b value, and c value, when execute this file types, you can see that 11 is coming here. Now a will receive 1 value, b receive 4 value, and c will receive 6 value. if I mention here 6, 1 and 4, then A will receive 6 value, B will receive 1 value, and C will receive 4 value, because it work with position. As these parameter declare in function definition, according to that position we provide value, but we can change this position using keyword argument. For example, B is equal to 6, this value will be assigned to B, and this value will be assigned to A, and this value will be assigned to C. And then when we check their value, for example, A and then str the value. When I execute this file, you can see that now A is equal to 1, A value is 1. You can see that we provide A value 1, and then B is 6 and C that is 4. Using keyword argument, we can change their position. So another example, for example, def name age, print name, print age, sorry, and then when I call this function name underscore age, I have to give at first name, and then I have to give a age. But using keyword argument, I can change this position. For example, age equal to 32 and name is equal to, for example, this is a name. So you can see that both answer will be same, but here I used a positional argument, care of position, and here I used keyword arguments. When I call this execute this file, you can see that both have same answer. So this is all about keyword argument. Now I move to PowerPoint, where I will provide more types. Next type is default argument in the Python. To provide a default value in the function declaration, that parameter we say that it is a default one. For example, you can see that this is a function show underscore name, f name, l name, Jeffrey. You can see that I provide a default value to l underscore name. This is a last name. When I call this function, when I did not provide for last name, then this value will be used because this is a default value. Print f name and l name. When I call this function, I provide only one. This value is assigned to f underscore name, but l underscore name have already a value. Did not provide value to default parameter because it have already. And you can see that you can also override the default parameter. This will be replaced with new value that is coming. This is a default argument. So I move to Visual Studio Code and provide example about default argument. In Visual Studio Code, I want to discuss with you about default parameter. For example, this is a function add a or val1, val2, and val2 have a default value that is a 30. I print val1 plus val2, and then when I call this function using function name, and I provide only one value that is 10, and when I execute, you can see that 40 is coming because val1 is 10, val2 is 30. When I did not provide any default value, it will say that missing one required positional argument because I did not provide value for val2. When I provide a default value to this variable, any value you can mention here, you can see that 20 is coming because 10 plus 10. I can also provide its value that will override. Now coming answer will be 30. You can see that. So this is a default argument. Another example, student info, first name, last name, print name, last name. When I call this function, I mention first name, and last name will be a default one, Jaffrey. This is same example as I discussed with you in PowerPoint. Now Faisal Jaffrey, I can use a and when I provide a value, it will override and replace, for example, Faisal Morioh. You can see that. So this is all about default argument in the Python. So next is a required argument in the Python. As name indicate that required argument are the required to provide. When we set any parameter in function declaration, we have to use that order of position on the time of calling that function that is required. So it is required to remember position of variable or parameter that are declared in function declaration. For example, x, y, z, these are the parameter. X equal to x, y is equal to y, and z is equal to z. When you call this function 351, when you miss any one of them, then you will get error that you are missing one required argument, positional argument. So this is a required arguments that is necessary to provide for function processing. So another, and when set any parameter to get value from user, then sometime we make parameter as default or optional and other required. In some case we have to make default parameter, but some of them are required to provide that value. For example, this is a val1 and val2 is a default argument. We provided a value in a function definition, print val1 plus val2 and val1, so we have to remove this al. Val1 is required and val2 is the optional because we have provided a default value. Show number val2 equal to 43, and it will replace this value, but you will get an error because val1 is required. Override val2, but you will get an error because val1 is required. This is a required, this is not required. So these are the different types of required argument. So I open Visual Studio Code, provide example about required arguments in the Python function. In Visual Studio Code, just I have to make more example. For example, def test a b equal to 10, and I print a plus b a plus b. When I execute this file, you can see that test function missing one required positional argument because there are two arguments, but it is saying that missing one. It know that this is a optional, this is default one. We provide a default value to b variable. When I print or when I provide a 10 value, you can see that 20. When I provide a value to b using keyword argument to 20, now in this case b value will be 20, but we did not assign any value to a. That is required. This one is required. That is why you will get an error, missing one required positional argument. You have to provide a value to a also. You can see that 30 is coming. So another example, for example, test 1, and in this case x, y, z, and print. These all the parameters are required to provide. For example, x plus y plus z, and when I call this function test 1, you will get a missing 3 required positional argument. These are the positional argument, but required also. When I provide one value, you will get that 2 missing. When I mention again next one required missing, and I mention 20, now it will give you an answer. So these are the required arguments, default argument and keyword arguments. If you have any confusion, you can discuss with me. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about Python exercise 5.1. You know that we are learning about function. On the basis of Python function concept, I will share a exercise that is a 5.1, and I also provide a solution for that exercise. So 5.1 exercise say that write a Python program to make a function. First of all, you have to make a function. That function should take 3 subject marks from the user, and another function which find total of 3 subject marks, and another function which find average of that marks, and finally create another function which display each and everything to user. So this is a very a simple one exercise on the basis of function. I will provide solution for this exercise. That is why I open Visual Studio Code. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file, exercise 5.1.py. And then first of all, you should know that there are some function I have to create. First function should be get number, and another is, for example, total and average and show. So these 4 function I have to make. First of all, get num that will used to get 3 subject marks from the user. First of all, enter subject 1 marks, that should be converted to integer, and then store in a variable s1, copy and paste here, and this should be a subject 2, subject 3, s2, s2 and s3. Now I have got 3 subject marks from the user, and then find total. How do this? Def total, inside that s. Now I have to make global variable, because these variable s1, s2, s3 are the local variable. I cannot use this variable inside another function. If I make a global variable, then I will be able to use everywhere in the program. For example, s1 initial value I provide a none value, and to s2 I provide value a none value, and s3 a value should be a none. Now this variable become a global one. Now what I have to do, I have to find total of s1 plus s2 plus s3, or okay, I check this one, total variable, just print total, and then when I call get num and then total, execute this file, exercise none type. I have to use a global keyword, then s1, this is another method, s2 and s3. Now remove these. Now these variables are created, declared with global keyword, and these variable now are globally scope. Anywhere in the program I can use. You can see that 129 total result. Now another function is to find average. Def average, and then average variable total divided by 3, and print average. Did not want to. And this variable, average variable, should be a global one, average. And then another is show function. that will show each and everything. Def show. हाँ क्या था क्या था कहे कम चुप करके खड़े हैं ना. Another is a show function which show each and everything. For example, print 3 subject marks, subject 1 equal to str s1, and just subject, this will be subject 1 to 3, and subject 1, this is subject 2, and this is subject 3. Now I have to display total result total equal to plus str, and this will be a total. I have to make total as a global variable total, and then average this variable is average. Now each and everything is short, each and everything is mentioned here. Now I have to call the function get name to get a number. Sorry, this is now I want to call all the function. First of all, get num to get 3 subject marks from the user, total to find total all the number, and average is to find average of the marks, and then show is used to show each and everything. Now call this function enter subject marks 90, 89, 54. You can see that all the information are displaying here. Subject 1, the subject 1, subject 2, and total and average, each and everything is displaying here. Again, I can also you can see that each and everything is displaying properly. So that is exercise 5.1 solution. First of all, create get num function that is used to get 3 subject marks from the user and make this variable global, because I have to use this variable in another function, and I have to make this variable as global. If I did not make a variable global, then I will not be able to use this variable in another function. So same like I find total and then find average and then display each and everything to use. Hi guys, in the next day 6 we will cover Python loops. You know that loops are very important in any programming language. There are different types of loop that we'll cover in the day 6. Hi guys, in the day 6 we will cover about Python loops. You know that there are different things, different topics we have discussed in previous days. This is a day 6 in which we will discuss about Python loops. You know that loops are very important in any programming language. Every programming language have concept of loops. Same like we will discuss about loops in Python course. In the day 6 loops in the Python, first of all introduce to Python loop, what means of loop, and then there are 2 type of loop in the Python. One of them is for loop. Inside for loop we will cover what is for loop theoretical concept with example, syntax, and for loop programming example. Another is a while loop. What is while loop syntax, while loop programming example. And also at the end I will provide a exercise for your practice on the basis of looping concept. So this day very important because we will cover loop topic. Loop are very important to one chapter in any programming language. Actually loop is used in that situation. In that case, if you want to repeat any statement or set of statement, so any other functionality you can achieve using loop. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about loops in the Python. You know that loop is very important topic in any programming language. Same like we will discuss loop in the Python course also. So what is loop? If you want to repeat any statement for a specific time, or if you want to generate number, a sequence of different number according to your instruction, you can use loop. For example, if you want to generate number from 0 to 100, or if you want to generate number even or odd number, or according to your condition, you can generate a sequence of number using loop. And if you want to repeat any statement or set of statement many times, you can use loop. So explanation: all the programming instruction executes linearly in the order in which they declare. For example, this is a one instruction, second, third, fourth, fifth. These are the instruction. This instruction will execute linearly in the order which they declare. Their linear order may order using different way. One of them is looping way. So you can change their order because you can repeat this statement many times as you want. If you did not use loop, this statement will run one time. If we need to repeat a statement for specific time, we can do it. For example, how are you? This is a sentence. You can repeat this sentence 5 times on the screen using loop. How are you will repeat until its condition is false. When condition is false, then it will stop to repeat. So this is the introduction to loop in the Python. In the Python, there are two loops in the Python that we used. One of them is for loop, another is while loop. So from the next class, we will discuss about for loop, its theoretical concept, syntax, and different programming example I will share with you about for loop. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about for loop in the Python. You know that there are two types of loop in the Python that used for different purpose. So one of them is for loop. For loop in the Python, we can generate number in different ways using for loop. For loop is very important in the Python because we can iterate any iterable object like list, tuple, dictionary, string. So it have very important in the Python and different functionality, different problem we can solve using for loop in the Python. For example, generate even odd number from 1 to 20. We can generate only even or odd number or any other number on the basis of our condition or a situation. We can display that number of sequence. We can repeat a statement or set of statement or group of statement up to fixed time as we want. For example, repeat this toward Python programming 5 times. We can iterate. Iterate means we can get one by one item from any iterable object. For example, this is the list. List contain 5 items. We can iterate this list. We can get item one by one, or in this way. And in this way we can make any filtration. We can search any required item just iterating that iterable object. Our sequence, for example, list, double, dictionary, string. So syntax, first of all you have to use a for keyword. For keyword indicate that you are using for keyword, and then any variable. This should be a valid identifier. In is a membership operator, and here you can use any iterable object. In this case we are using a range function that will help to generate number, sequence of number that will take some argument. One of them is starting number and stopping number, and another is a step number. For example, start number is 0 and stop number is 10, and step is the 1. By default step is 1, and this by default is 0 if did not provide, and star value is user defined that you have to do, and it will generate number from 0 to 9 because it will subtract one value from its ending value. When you mention here 11, it will display from 0 to 10 number. And step means difference between two number. For example, if you mention 2 here, step is 2, then it will display 1 and 2, 4, and this way you can see that there is 2 difference between two number. So next is print var. When you print this var, it will display all the number, generated number. For variable, here you can, this is another syntax for variable. Another variable you can mention here. In is a membership operator. It will check whether this variable is existed present in this sequence. Sequence means any list, tuple, dictionary, set, any iterable object. So print variable. So when you print variable, all the items of any iterable object will display one by one. So programming example, for example, for x in range 20, you can see that we discussed 3 parameter, but there is one. So starting, and this is a stopping number, and this is a step. So step and starting number is optional, but stopping number is required. If you did not provide starting number, that will consider 0, and if you did not provide step number, that will consider a 1. And here you can see that there is a 20 stopping number. It means that it will start from 0 to 19, because we subtract one value from its ending value. Now it will take one by one value and store in x. When we print this x, we will get 0 to 19 number. And another, you can see that for x in range 10 to 20, it means that starting number will be 10 and ending number will be 19. And there is a list. This is an iterable object. We can iterate this sequence using for loop. For example, for I in list, and it will display all the number one by one. So these are different example I mentioned here, just for your practice and clearing your concept. Now I open Visual Studio Code and I provide more example to clear your concept. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a new file and save this file in a folder. To creating a new folder 06. Inside this folder, for loop examples.py. Now what I have to do, for I in range, now I want to generate different number with range function. This is a for keyword that is used to start for loop. I is a variable that will take one by one item from an iterable object. For example, I want to display number from 1 to 10. Now in this case it will display number from 1 to 9, because always it subtract one value from its ending value. And another parameter is a step. Step means difference between two number. And then print I cd day 06 Python for loop. You can see that number are displaying from 1 to 9. Now if there is a difference of two number, then you will see that 1357. Now I can also start number from negative number. For example, -6, it will display -6 to 8. There is difference of two number. I can start from number from 0, or I can also mention here only 5. It will display number from 0 to 4, because by default starting value is 0, and up to stop number -1 will display. Now another is, for example, I can also use here in the place of range function any other iterable object. For example, list, tuple, dictionary, etc. For example, this is a list of different number. Different number are stored here. I can also iterate this list for I in range list, and when I print I, it will display all the number, all the items of list one by one. You can see that these are the number of list. On the other hand, I can also create a tuple. Then I will iterate that tuple. For example, red. These are different color tuple. Gray, green. So for I in tuple, and then print I, it will display all the number, all the items of a tuple. You can see that all the items are displaying here. Now you can also iterate any set. For example, this is a this is a set of different number. For I in st and print I, it will display all the items of a set. In this way, I can also use a dictionary. For example, dictionary You know that this is one item collection of key and value pair. Gray. So these are two items. I can iterate this dictionary for I in D, but I will get items. In this case, I will iterate items wise. I will get item. Now item contain two things. One is key, another is value. For that reason, I will make two variable. One is for key, another is for value. When I print one key, and on the second line there will be value, it will display key and value. You can see that these are the key and value displaying here. I can also iterate keys wise. Just copy d dot only keys. It will display only key. Did not need to mention extra variable. It will display only keys 1 and 2. When I mention only values, it will display only values. Just need to change variable, and here also you can see that only values displaying. Now you can iterate any iterable object. You can generate a sequence of number using for loop. And another example is that we can repeat any statement or set of statement using for loop. For example, for I in range 5, if you want to repeat any statement or set of statement 5 times, you have to use here 5, because it will start from 0 to 4. That total iteration will become 5. Print Python programming. So it will generate 5 times. It will display 5 times. You can see that this statement will display 5 times. Now any code you can mention here, or any statement you can write here, that will repeat up to as we mentioned. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about while loop in the Python. You know that in the previous class we have discussed about for loop in the Python with syntax and many programming example. Now in this class we have to discuss about while loop in the Python. Its syntax and programming examples I will share with you to clear your concept about while loop. While loop is a loop which is repeat a statement or set of statement as long as condition is true. When condition is true, then provided statement or a group of statement will be repeat. We can also generate different sequence of number, as we can generate number using for loop. Most of the time we use while loop in that situation in which we don't know about total number of iteration. So difference between while loop and for loop is that we use for loop in which we know about total number of iteration, but in while loop we don't know about total number of iteration. But we can solve most of the problem using while loop as we solve in for loop. So different components of while loop. One of them is condition. You have to provide a condition if you want to work with while loop. Another is increment or decrement. So this operator we have used. So in the Python, this type of increment or decrement does not support this Python, but we have to use a addition assignment operator symbol for increment or decrement. Here you have to change with the minus subtraction symbol if you want to make decrement operator. So loop body in which we write a statement or a set of statement. These are the different components of while loop. Syntax of while loop. While, this is a result keyword while, and then you have to make any condition, and then body of the loop in which you provide different statement or set of statement, and then increment or decrement. Different example. Example 1, for example, I is a variable which contain one value, and then this is a while keyword. This is a condition. I should be less than 11. Less than 11 means last value of I will be 10, because when its value reach to 11, then it means that it is equal to 11. But we have to run this loop up to when I value is less than 11, then it will become 10, not 11. Another is print I. When I print I, it will generate number from 1 to 10. it increase one value to I. For example, at initially I value is 1, then it will check condition whether I is less than 11 or not. You know that I value is 1 initially and 1 is less than 11. Then it will enter inside the while loop and print I. I means 1 because initially I value is 1. And then it will increase one value with I. It will become 2. Again, it will check whether 2 is less than 11 or not. Now, it is less than, then condition is true. Then it will enter inside the while loop body. Then it will display next number 2. After printing 2, it will increase one value with 2. It will become 3. Again, it will check whether 3 is less than 11 or not. So it is less than. It is true, and it enter in the body of the loop and print next number, that is 3. And then same it will up to, for example, when print 10, and then it will increase one value with 10, it will become 11. Then again it check whether 11 is less than 11. Now condition become false and it will not enter inside the while loop body. So it will generate number from 1 to 10. So above example will generate number from 1 to 10. This is example number 2. For example, I value is 9. Now this condition is that I value should be greater than 1 up to 9. It will start from 9 and end at 2, because when I value become 1, it means that it is not greater than 1. 1 is not greater than 1, but it is a false condition. Then it will stop at 2. Now print I, and it will decrease every time, every iteration time, one value from I variable. At initially I value is 9, and when I value is 9, it will check whether I value is 9 is greater than 1 or not. So it is true because 9 is greater than 1. Condition is true and it enter inside the loop body. Then it will print 9, and then it will decrease one value from I. Now it become 8. Again check whether it is greater than 1 or not. This is a greater than, condition is true, and it print 8. Now it will decrease one value from 8, it will become 7. Then up to 2 it will display. When it print 2, it will decrease one value, it become 1. Again it check 1 is greater than 1. Now condition is false, and now it will not print any number more, and it will not enter inside the loop body. So these are the different example. It will generate number from 9 to 2. I open Visual Studio Code and provide different example to clear your concept that how you can use while loop in the Python. In a Visual Studio Code, create any file and save this file with the name while loop examples.py. First of all, this is a while, and here you have to make a condition. For example, I should be less than 11 or less than, for example, 5. Now I initialize I, for example, start from 0. Initial value of I is 0, and it should display number up to 4 because I maximum number should be less than 5. Now I want to print I number, and every time it will increase one value with I variable. Addition assignment operator and 1. If you want to increase 2 value, you have to mention every time 2 value. Now when I run this file, while you can see that from 0 to 4, when I mention here 2, it will add 2. So we can also use for loop for I in range same from 0 to 4, and here will be a 2. This is a initialization condition, and this is a step. When I print, it will display same number as I used in while loop. You can see that 0 up 0 to 4, and here I have to mention a 5. Last number is 5. You can see that 0 to 4, same result is coming from both loop. So we can display same result using both loop. So another is that we can, for example, another variable is we are n is equal to 10, and while n should be greater than 0, so last number will be 1. Every number should be decreased. Now I will use a decrement operator, like one number should be decreased from a current number. You can see that here is issue. Sorry, I have display n, not I. You can see that up to 10 it will decrease one number every time up to 1. So you can see that number should be greater than 0. If you put here equal to, then up to 0 it will display. Now another is that there is a infinite loop that will never stop. For example, 5, when it is true, then print this word Python. When execute, you can see that it is continue, it is displaying number. You cannot, for example, if I mention here print I have to print I, you will say that it is continue, number are continue. I can make a variable that is a 0, and when I am plus equal 1, and then print m, stop. You can see that number are continue, it will not stop. This is a infinite loop. Actually this is a error, but sometimes it is used. If you want to stop this one, you have to control plus C. Control plus C is used to, control plus C used to stop the infinite loop. So this is all about a while loop. Now I show you, you can repeat a statement or a set of statement many times as we want. For example, n x is equal to 0. I want to repeat a statement 5 times. X should be less than 5, so last number will be 4, and print Python programming. So this sentence will repeat 5 times, and then x 1 time. Sorry, I have to make comment because it will make issue. You can see that 5 times this this word will display 5 times. So this is a while loop. You can use while loop to repeat any statement or a set of statement, or you can also generate different number on the basis of your condition. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about Python exercise 6.1. You know that we are learning about loops, different concept about loop we have discussed in this day 6. But this is the Python exercise 6.1. Exercise say that write a Python program to get start number and end number from the user, then display a number from start to end. For example, user enter a 5 start number and end number. For example, user enter 10. Then you have to display 5, 6, 7, 8 up to 10. You have to display these number in proper sequence. So I provide solution about this exercise. I open Visual Studio Code. In a Visual Studio Code, just create a file, save this file, exercise 6.1.py. First of all, what I have to do, I have to get a number, enter a start number, and then it should be converted to integer, and then copy this number, and this will be enter end number. Sorry, this will be a end number, store this start number in a as variable. This should be AND. Now I want to use a for loop for I in range, and here I have to mention start and end, and then print I. Execute this file. Python exercise 6.1. Enter starting number, for example I mention 1, ending 5. You can see that it is start from 1 up to 4, but user enter ending number 5, it should display from 1 to 5. Then you have to with a hard coded +1, 1 and 5. Now you can see that 1 to 5 number are displaying as user enter. Now this is a for loop method. Another, using while loop, you can also solve this problem statement. For example, while condition is that at initially and starting number should be s. S is a starting number. That starting number stored in n variable, as in this case we declare a I variable. Now n should be less than ending number, and then print n. Now enter start number is 1, ending number is 5. Sorry, I forget to add increment operator. Start 1, ending number is 5. You will see that we get two lists. One is, for example, you can see that this is coming from for loop, and then you can see that another is coming from while loop but end at 4. What I have to do, I have to +1. No, you can see that from while loop also displaying complete number from starting to end. So this is the way you can try. But another is that start number should be less than ending number. That condition you can make here. If start number is greater than end number, then you have to display a message start number should be less than end number. Otherwise, if not greater than, in else part this code should be run. Now start number is 5, ending number is, for example, 3. You can see that start number should be less than end number, but start number in this case greater than. Now this is a start number, end number is 10. You can see that now it will display. So this is all about how you can get start and end number and make condition, then generate a sequence of numbers using both loop. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about another exercise, for example 6.2. Exercise say that write a Python program to get a number from the user, then pass that number to function as parameter and display table for that number. For example, user enter a 2, you have to generate table for 2, and this 2 should be passed to function as parameter. Inside the function body you have to write code for generating table for a specific number. Now I open Visual Studio Code and provide solution for this problem statement. In a Visual Studio Code, create new file, save this file, exercise 6.2. and first of all, what I have to do, I have to get first number, enter a number that should be converted to integer, and store that number in a num variable. And then what I have to do, I have to make a function. Function name is table, and it will take num. I can also anything you can write here, val, and then okay, num is okay, n. Now first of all, what I have to do, I have display that number at first to test this code, and when I call this function using function name, pass that num as user enter. Python exercise 2, enter number. You can see that I enter a 10 number and 10 number is displaying here, but I need to display a table for that number. You know that table of a number should be like this one. For example, user enter a 10 number, it should display like this one, 10 multiply 1 equal to 10, and 10 multiply 2 should be 20, 10 multiply with 3 should be 30, 10 multiply equal to 40. So in this way you have displayed a table of a specific number. For that reason, what I have to do, I have to use a for loop for I in range up to 10. I need this calculation, so 10 time I have to display inside the for loop. First of all, I use a print function, and you can see that 10 10 10, this is a user enter number that should be repeat, and you can see that this is an integer number. That is why what I have to do, I have to make this string. Inside string I have to write n, because n is a user enter number. N means 10 or any other number as user will enter. And then you can see that this symbol I need, that is why I will pass that in a string, and then after that you can see that 1 2 3 4 5 6 up to 10 I need number. It means that this is a looping number. That is why I will use here I. That is an integer. That is why I will use a str function to convert integer to string. If I did not use str, I cannot concatenate with each other or with another string. After looping number, you can see that there is an equal sign. That need equal sign. At the end, you can see that 10 20 30. It means that this is a product of looping number and user enter number. Str user enter number multiply with looping number. So just remove this one and execute. For example, 10, you can see that, but here is some issue. It should be 11, start from 1 to 11. It start from 1 and end at 10 number, because always we subtract one value from ending number. You can see that up to 10 it will start from, and it will start from one number. You can see that 1 and up to 10 it will display. Another number for 2 and 3 for the sorry 3. You can see that table of 3. Any number you can provide and it will display a table for that number. If you have any confusion about this problem solution, you can discuss with me. Hi guys, in the next day 7 I will provide quiz on the basis of Python. You know that in the previous days we have discussed many topics, basics of Python, data type, variable, function, loop, anything we have discussed in previous days. But in the day 7 I provide a quiz on the basis of Python, different concept as we have learned. You have to attempt that quiz. You will learn many things from that section. Hi guys, in this class we will discuss about how you can create a Django website. You know that in the day 98 we are learning about creating website using Python. This is a video lecture in which you will learn how you can create a website to using Python and Python library, that is a Django. First of all, what you have to do, I want to open a command prompt already is open. Now what I have to do, I have to move to location where I will save this project. First of all, what I have to do, I have to master in Python. I have to create a folder, website day 98, and then what you have to do at the first step, what you have to do, you have to install Python from Python website. If you're beginners, you know that we are learning Python, surely you have already installed Python in your system. Then what you have to do, you have to open a command prompt, then you have to install pip install Django. If you want to install any Python library, you have to use pip command. Pip, you know that we discussed about pip also. Pip install and Django. When you press enter, it will install your Django library in your system. You can see that already satisfied, requirement already satisfied. It means that already installed in my system. So when you run this code, Django will install in your system. After installing, what you have to do, you have to open again command prompt. I want to create project, create website project in this folder. That is why I want to open cmd in this location, and then a command Django admin start project, and here you have to provide name of your project. For example, my site, this is a project. Press enter, you can see that folder is created. Now in this folder, what I have to do, I want to move to this folder, cd my site, and then again run a command python manage.py, because I am in this location. This is a file. Using this file, I want to create a application. After creating project, you have to create application, because inside project there are many application. You have to create one project and many application. So python manage.py, and then start app, then app name, my app. So my app is created. After this one, what you have to do, I want to include or import this project in Visual Studio Code. Open a folder, and then master python 98 my site. Select this folder, and then what you have to do, you will learn Django when I create a course complete start to end. I will discuss you about Django library, how you can create a website, different things we will discuss in that course. Now in this video, just I want to tell you how you can create a website using Python. Now what you have to do, you have to open project and settings.py file, and then you have to include your application. In installed apps list, type your app name, my app. This is my app. And then what you have to do, you have to create a template folder in your application folder, new folder, for example templates or template simply, and inside template another folder should be your application name, and then in that folder you have to write a index.html, HTML5 basic structure, my website, and also write a one heading, website is created by me. And then what I have to do, I have to first of all create a template, then create a URL. You have to open your project and then create a URL. Using this URL, your web page will be open in the browser. You have type path, and then you have to mention here your path, for example blank, and then blank means when there is a root domain, then this page should open. Then you have to delete this one, and after creating template you have to open views.py file of the application, and then what you have to do, you have to create a view for that template. Def and index, this method request, you have pass a parameter request and return render take argument, that is a request, then application or template URL that is stored in my app. Inside my app, index.html. Now what you have to do, you have to again open the urls.py file, and then you have to import from current or from my app views, import index method, and then you have to write here index. When there is a blank URL, when there is only root domain, then you have to execute this function. This function contain this URL, this template. Now what you have to do, you have to open a terminal and run a command python manage.py run server. When you type this one, your project will run and you will be open, or you will be able to open your website on this URL. Now I want to open a browser, and then on this URL your website is open. You can see template does not found. What is issue? index.html my app, I have to rename to templates. This is actually templates. Now what you have to do, refresh this one. My app index.html does not exist but already existed. What is issue? No issue. When you refresh this web page, it will display your website. Now what we have to do, I want to create more pages like this one. You can see this is a main page, home page. Now I want to create another page, my app, and for example about us.html, and just copy this one and paste here, and then copy and paste here. Why it is not copy? Paste here, and then I want to write here, this is a about us page. Now what I have to do, I have to make a view for this page, for this template view. Copy this one, this will be about, for example about us, and then its file name is about.html. After creating its view, then go to urls.py file and then write its path. For that reason I want to write here, when anyone user write here about, then about us method should run. Also import about us. Now nothing to do. You have to put a comma, and then you have to open browser and refresh. When you type a about, you will see that my app about.html, why about us, sorry, template name is about us. Again refresh this, you will see that about us page is displaying here. Now what you have to do, I want to create another file for the contact us.html, and then copy this code, paste here, and it will be a contact us. Now I have to write URL and define view for this one. First of all, I want to write view for this one. It will be a contact us, and also contact us file name, and then open urls.py file that is written in a my site project, and then put a comma, and then copy and paste here, and then you have to write here a contact, and it will be contact us, and then open the browser, refresh web page. So again, and then here you have type contact and okay. You will see that what is issue, seeing the contact. Sorry, you have to here also contact us, or you can also write here import all. Now when you refresh, it should work. You can see contact us page. Now I want to open main page. I want that there should be a link. When user click on that link, clickable text, then about us, contact us, different web page should be displayed. For that reason, what I have to do, I have to create a list in index.html. How I can do this one? List, another list, and list, for example home, another is a, for example about us, another is a contact us. Now open the browser, you can see that these are the link. Now I want to make this are clickable a, and then put a dummy tags and close this one after this one, and remove this white space and paste here, and remove this one. Automatically it add a ending r tag. Now open the browser, refresh this one. You can see the now this link list item become clickable, and there is a click on any one link, a respective page should open. Now I want to link that web page as this one, contact us, about us. For that reason, what you have to do, you have to provide extra attribute, that is a name, and for example name its index, and also a extra attribute in about us name, its name is for example about us, and also provide a name attribute contact us, its name is contact us. For that reason, what you have to do, open index.html, and then you have to remove this hash symbol, and using curly braces you have to type URL, and in a single quotation you have to write name of this URL. URL means as you mention name attribute value in path index, and then open the browser, refresh the web page, remove this sign when I hover this one, and page not found. What is issue? Sorry, you have to use a as its syntax parenthesis from both side. Open the browser, refresh this one, and remove this one. When I hover, you can see that now it redirect to home page. Now I want to work on about us. For that reason, just you have to copy this one, remove this hash symbol, and write here this one about us. I want to send a user to about us web page, then change this name attribute value to about us, and also copy and paste here contact us, and then open. You will see that when I click about us, you can see that about us page is displaying, contact us page is displaying. Now I want to copy this unordered list and paste in both file. Now open again a page about us, then contact us, about us, contact us, home page, about us, contact us. Now this is a basic web application. Now I want to use a nav bar from bootstrap, and then I am not contacting internet. Now you can also add a bootstrap template, beautiful attractive template include in your application, Django application. And you can also buy any theme from any platform to include that theme in your Django application. And you can also use a bootstrap library, bootstrap related library, that will become easy for you to design a different HTML element. So in this way, in this class we discussed different topics, different things, how you can create a website using Python Django library. So when you create a complete course on Django, you will learn many things from that course. That will be a comprehensive course. So meet in another classes, another course. See you later.